Screen recorder online is requesting bypass system private on the way. Yeah. And there's a miniature. I think we can start. So, okay. One number. Can you hear? Can you hear? So, by here. Here. Ka ba shi zai duba nashi. Akwai nashi a cikin.
Inshallah, we'll just go ahead and start as others come to join. Actually, our corporate is also on his way. He has a lot to come, but he had to attend to some urgent issues on his way. Also, like she was Alhamdulillah, nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh. ونعوذ بالله من شرور انفسنا وسيئات اعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له اشهد ان لا اله الا الله محمد رسول الله رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي امري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. My name is Salim Ibrahim Salman. I'm a partner I'm a managing partner for Bamaks Travel Tours. So, inshallah, we are expecting probably 2 presenters. That's the Malam as well as my managing partner in Saudi Arabia. So, before we start, inshallah, we'll just listen to some recitation from the Holy Quran by Abdullah Muhammad Kabir. So I think it's the one. عليكم جناح أن تبتغوا فضلا من ربكم فإذا أفضتم من عرفات فاذكروا الله عند المشعر الحرام واذكروه كما هداكم وإن كنتم من قبله لمن الضالين ثم أفيدوا من حيث أفاض الناس واستغفروا الله إن الله غفور رحيم صدق الله العظيم. Thank you very much. So, inshallah, today we're going to discuss on the primary discussion will be on Hajj actually. However, Hajj cannot go alone together. There are other topics we will also discuss. So prior to setting up, we have the outline of what we are going to be doing today, which is we'll give a brief of Bamaks Travel, who we are and what we do, and then history of Hajj, Umrah in a guided way, Hajj as well. Then the actual discussion will be on Hajj Tamattu, because that's the type of Hajj that most international Hujjaj do, and it was also highly recommended by the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And there will be some Hajj tips that we're going to provide, some actually tips, because believe you me, expect anything during Hajj. So you have to be prepared spiritually, physically, and mentally as well. The last one is a kind of presentation on one of our products, which is we call it Hajj and Umrah, which is something we do every December. As we proceed, I would like to attest to the presence of our Malam, Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Kabir Usman. He is going to be our chief presenter, inshallah. Malam Muhammad Kabir has been our teacher, our friend, and we've been together for a very long time, and he's currently serving as the chief imam of we Central here. He also has been our advisor. Whatever we do in terms of activities, he always gives advice. So, a brief about us. Bamaks Travel Tours is an IATA licensed travel tour company based in Abuja and Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. Our major operations are from Abuja, however, we have a presence in Jeddah as well to probably come closer to the actual Makkah and Medina. We have a mission and a vision, which is to be a world-class travel tour company focusing on customer satisfaction, utilizing information technology. So we focus on service, and one of the most important things we look at is quality of what we provide, because the user experience is very important. The feedbacks we get actually assist us in improving our services. So the vision is to be a leading contributor to the aviation industry with additional commercial fleet both locally and internationally within the next 3 years. So this is actually a vision, and we are looking towards achieving that, inshallah. What we do, basically, our core service is actually on Hajj and Umrah, which is done almost throughout the year. So for Hajj, which is done once in a year, it's a period where the entire Umrah services are paused until after the Hajj period. However, Umrah can be done anytime within the year. And Umrah is a simpler version of Hajj actually. So one other service we provide is air ticketing and transfers. That we also provide air ticket for clients, both private and public organizations as well. Then we do a lot of hotel booking, transfers worldwide, inshallah. Wherever you're going to, you contact us, we'll be able to do hotel and other logistics. Most importantly, transfers, which are basically taking people from the airport into the hotels and coming back as well. So we also provide visa assistance in terms of if you travel into other countries like United Kingdom, USA, Morocco, Egypt, Malaysia, South Africa. We have quite a good ecosystem within the visa countries. However, sometimes visas come funny, but we have a good success rate as well, inshallah. As long as all the documents provided are fine, inshallah, we've been achieving success. We also provide travel consultancy service. So this is probably a service we provide. Sometimes we charge, sometimes we don't charge, depending on the nature of the client. So if we are in a good relationship and we've been having business for a very long time, we normally do not charge due to that relationship, and we have a binding agreement probably with the organization or the person that is dealing with us. So we also provide holiday tours, both halal, especially halal tours actually. We have a partner in the UK, I think they call halal. So most of our tours are probably halal tours. Part of our clients so far has been Rapa, Rural Homes, Jaiz Bank, Islamic Development Bank, Village, and Greenbridge. Actually, these are just a few of the clientele we currently have and we serve. Our business partners, we have partners both internationally and locally. So most of the partners we provide either ticketing services or hotels or tour as well. So these are some of our partners. We've been in business for almost 2017 to now. So actually we've been having a lot of interactions both in the corporate nature and as well as in the private individual. So we've been actually collecting feedbacks because this is a way of hearing from the customer or the client, and this actually is an input to the quality of what we do. So if there's any area that we are lacking, we try and improve on that. Business life is always an improvement. They said continuous improvement. So whatever you have, you try and move forward to be one of the good players in the industry. These are all part of our clients. So this is a Hajj and Umrah service we conducted probably within the last 3 to 4 years. At this juncture, I would like to hand over to our main presenter for the day, which is our Malam and our Sheikh, Malam Dr. Muhammad Kabir Usman.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. وأوصي بالله رب العالمين ثم الصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا وحبيبنا وشفينا ومولانا وسيدنا وقدوتنا محمد بن عبد الله صلوات ربي وسلامه عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه الطيبين الطاهرين وأزواجه أمهات المؤمنين نانا خديجة وعائشة وحفصة وصفية وزينب أم سلمة هند وجبريل الصوت والعالية ومن اهتدى بهديه واستنى بسنته ودعا بدعوته إلى يوم الدين. سبحانك اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي وبعد. My dear brothers and sisters in Islam, I want to start by sincerely thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for yet another blessing of seeing another day. We converge every blessed year for this kind of event to remind ourselves on this important and most significant journey of a lifetime, Al-Hajj. Hajj Ma'lumat. I also want to congratulate you for being among the people that were chosen by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the performance of this year's Hajj. Put it in the back of your mind that Hajj is Allah's invitation. If He doesn't invite you, you cannot go to Hajj. Whatsoever, you cannot go to Hajj. However powerful you are, whatever money you have, whosoever you are. I remember an incident that happened during, I think it was the Babangida's regime. One of the higher, top-ranking officers in the government wants to go to perform Hajj. In fact, among the delegates of the federal government. With all the visas, he landed in Jeddah. But before he could take off to Medina, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent a problem that would bring him back to the country. And he couldn't perform the Hajj because he was not invited. So invitation of Allah to perform Hajj is His own will. I also remember 1997 when an incident happened. Someone among the first 8, those people that are aiding the Hajj, pilgrims at the airport, we call them an Hajj, that one of the pilgrims forgot his bag out of anxiety. He was curious to be in the plane, thinking that the plane will just go and leave him behind. So he left the bag. And after they were gone, one of the officials said, this bag is owned by someone of the Hujjaj. Then that Agaji, first aid man, took the bag. He crossed all the barriers, the NDLA, the immigrations, the customs, all other officials, even the aircraft officials. None of them was able to ask him, where is your passport? Where is your visa? Where are you going to? Until when he entered the plane, he looked around and found the owner of that bag. For him to come out, already the gates of the plane is closed. Was closed, I mean. So they took him to Saudi Arabia. For him just to see himself in Saudi Arabia, because he was invited. And when the Cabo officials were told about the incident, they said, this is Allah's invitation. We cannot think about it back. So an emergency passport has to be produced for him. Even the Saudi authority, instantly they gave him a visa because they know that this is Allah's him to call his wife, telling her, Assalamu alaikum, I'm calling from Saudi Arabia. So it's Allah's invitation. And if he didn't invite you, he cannot go. The renowned scholar, Osman bin Fodi, the first Amir al-Mu'minin of the Saudi and Sokoto Caliphate, he had never performed Hajj. With all the jihad, all the writings, documentations, leading the people to have an Islamic caliphate, but he has never performed Hajj. Allah has never invited him. So it's Allah's invitation. Congratulations for this beautiful moment. Well, Hajj and nothing but Hajj means a journey to visit Allah's house. A trip that is there for nothing but Allah's house in order to perform certain rituals and rites ordained by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Hajj means intention. That's the meaning in Arabic. That's when you say linguistically, you say al-Hajj, it means intending. Means someone who intends to perform something. But literally, when you say al-Hajj, is someone who is performing Hajj. So the moment you are done with Hajj, that title is no longer applicable to you. It's only a language that has been Africanized. When you go to Hajj, you have the title Al-Hajj, Al-Hajjiyah. To the extent that some people will even be furious when you don't call them Al-Hajj. But the meaning of Hajj, Al-Hajj, is someone who is performing Hajj. When you are done with the Hajj, your name is back to you, Malan Tanko. Yes, that's the name. So remember Malan Tanko. But Africanization made it to think that if you don't even call me Al-Hajj, I feel somehow. That title is not. Look at him calling me with my name. Which other name do you need? So that's intending pilgrims who intend to perform certain rites in the Holy Land. Hajj is one of all the five pillars of Islam, as we all know. Kalimat Shahada, Salah, fasting, Zakah, and Hajj. But among all the five pillars of Islam, Hajj is most unique. It's only you see your Kalimat Shahada in Nigeria, you pray in Nigeria, you fast in Nigeria, you give Zakah in Nigeria, but Hajj you have to travel. You have to leave your country, leave your domain, leave your environment, leave everything and go to the Holy Land to perform that pillar of Islam, and that is Hajj. It is very, very unique. One of the significances, wisdom behind the Hajj, number one is to answer the call of Allah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, after Ibrahim completed the building of the Kaaba, renovated the Kaaba, rebuilding the Kaaba, Allah says to Mu'adhin bin Nas bil Hajj Rijalan wa ala kulli damin yatina min kulli fajjin amiq. Make announcement to the people. They should come to perform Hajj. They will come to you, trekking, and some will come on lean camels. They will come to perform certain rituals that will be beneficial to their life. They are coming from the nook and cranny of the world. He said, Ya Allah, how would my announcement reach all the people of the world? He said, Alayka mina wa alayna balagh. Just make an announcement, then we will extend, we will not take the message to them. So every year, Allah will send an angel to make an announcement. And that announcement will include whosoever is invited by Allah to perform Hajj. And this year, inshallah, we're invited. May Allah invite us every blessed year until the end of our life. That's one. Being unique, one of the importance and significances of Hajj is when you perform Hajj, you are entirely clean from the mess or messes or from the sins you have committed between you and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The Messenger alayhi salatu wasalam says, Man hajja wa lam yarfuq wa lam yafsuq raja'a min dhunubi ka yawma waladatuhu. Whosoever performs Hajj without an intimacy and without transgression. Such a person returns home just like the day he was given birth by his mother. So you are clean. That is what is between you and Allah. Then between you and the mankind, then you pay them when you go back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But this cleanness is one of the significances of our Hajj. Another one is when you perform a complete Hajj, a successful Hajj, which is called Hajj and Umrah, an accepted Hajj, the Messenger said, has no reward except Jannah. Hajj and Umrah, laysa lahu jazaa'un illa al-Jannah. This Hajj, an accepted Hajj, has no reward except Jannah. One of the wisdom behind this Hajj is to bring the Ummah together, the whole Islamic community, all Islamic community members, that is Muslims, who are brought together from every corner of the world. It's only in Hajj you see different tribes, different language, different caliber of people are there to perform Hajj. Just to remind you that inna hadhihi ummatukum ummatan wahida wa ana rabbukum fattaqun. This generation of Islam is one ummah, one generation, one community, and I, Allah, is your Lord. Therefore, worship me. And it also reminds you of the uniqueness and oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because from the time you declare the intention from the miqat till when you finish your Umrah or Hajj, you'll be chanting one slogan of unity of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. لبيك اللهم لبيك لبيك لا شريك لك لبيك إن الحمد والنعمة لك والملك. That is to remind us of the unity of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It also reminds of you and me, when you perform Hajj, it reminds you of the Islamic brotherhood. You see how people come together, love one another, where one another, one brothers are keepers of one another. That's remind you of this, one of the slogan that the Deen is teaching us, Islamic brotherhood. وَأَعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا. At the same time, it also reminds you of equality. How people are equal during the performance of Hajj. No, there is no discrimination between poor and rich in the way the ibadah should be performed. The hotels, you can have that discrimination, but whatever is ibadah, we cannot say, okay, this is time for the governors to do their tawaf. No, any talaka should come closer. This is time for Shugaban Kasa. This time, no. We are all doing it at the same time. Only when you are a president of a country that you'll be provided an extra, maybe security to protect you. But being a governor, a senator, or whatever, you'll be together with all the poor people. They will be pushing you, elbowing you, you will be there. So to show that Allah is one and we are the same. That we are all listening. Ya ayyuha an-nasu, inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha wa ja'alnakum shu'uban wa qaba'ila lita'arafu. We have made you nations and tribes so that you may know one another. Inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. The best of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous one. So that's how to show equality in Hajj. You see the people that you would not even expect to see them. You see them there. A time like this, I used to joke by narrating a story that happened to me in Haram. That's 2008. We were together, coincidentally, there are two Nupe people. They were my roommates. So we finished our tawaf behind Maqam Ibrahim when the emir of Nufi, Bida, Etunepe came. He has finished his tawaf. He was alone, no dogara, no sari, nobody. And he was there, he wanted to perform this to Nafila. People are pushing him. When he come, they are pushing him. He will push from one side to another. This, my colleagues, my roommates said, La ilaha illallah. Bakadoji. I said, there is no Gado here. There is not anyone that will say, this is Sunupi, let us give. But in Nigeria, who are you to see him? So you can see, it shows that we are equal. We are equal. So this is one of the reminders of that. It also reminds us of the Day of Judgment. the way we are leaving Muna to Muzdalifah and to Arafat, from Arafat to Muzdalifah, from Muzdalifah to the stone of the Jamara, up to the end of our activities. It is reminding you of the scenery of the Day of Judgment, particularly in the night of 10th, that is at Muzdalifah. Everyone is assembled there, wearing the same cloth, under no tents, on a plain land, nothing. So everyone must also be there. So that's a reminder that on the Day of Judgment, this is how you are going to come out of your graves and be assembled in one place. From there you go for Hisab and you go to Jannah, inshallah Rabbul Alamin. That's another thing. Another one is also a privilege given to you by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to renew your covenant with Allah. When Adam alayhi salatu wasalam was sent down from the heaven, when he and his wife ate from the forbidden fruits, they were sent down to the world. And Adam he descended in Sri Lanka, and Hawa in Jeddah, and that's why she's named Jeddah. So they were looking for one another until when they met at Arafat. And that is the reason why it is called Arafat, where they know they come to meet one another. So now, Adam was meant to stand at the middle, at the center of that plain of Arafat, and Allah brought out all the creations, all the children of Adam, just like hair on our body. And He spoke to every one of us. He said, Allah, am I not a creator? Are you not going to worship me? We said, certainly, we promise to worship. So now here we are in the world. Some of us accomplished their promise by being servants of Allah, being Muslims, but some are kuffars. So now, even being a Muslim, getting yourself back on the same plane, on the same junction, the same point where you had the covenant, is a great opportunity. Now you are there to tell Allah that, oh Allah, I promise to worship you. I'm still on that promise. And that is why the messenger says, the best of all the dua is the dua that is said on the plain of Arafat, the day of Arafat. The best I said, I and the messenger that came before me, is La ilaha illallah wa la sharika lahu lahul mulku wa ala kulli shay'in. It's just like you are renewing that covenant that yes, you promise to worship Allah, you are still on that promise. So all these are some of the benefits we are getting from Hajj. Without wasting much of time, going back to the history of Hajj, after being 5 pillars of Islam, then all the messengers did perform Hajj. All the messengers. In fact, according to scholars, this house, Kaaba, was first built by the angels. Some are saying it was built in the heaven and brought down to the earth in the middle of the world. Kaaba is in the middle of the world. Wherever you are, it is in the middle. That is including the world, the sea, the oceans, and the lands. Kaaba is in the middle. And above Kaaba, there is a masjid that is called Baitul Ma'mur. It's on top of Kaaba. It is in the seventh heaven. If it's going to fall on this way, it will fall on directly on the Kaaba. So now, this is the first house built by Allah, by the angels. Allah says, "Inna awwala bayti wudi'a lin-nasi alladhi bi Bakkata mubarakan hudan lil-'alamin." The first house that was erected for Allah to be worshipped is this house that is in Makkah. The second renovation or building was made by Adam, then followed by Shisu, his son, then followed by Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam. But the most popular one was that of Ibrahim. Why? Because it was mentioned in the Quran. وَإِذْ بَوَّأْنَا لِإِبْرَاهِيمَ مَكَانَ الْبَيْتِ أَلَّا تُشْرِكْ بِي شَيْئًا وَطَهِّرْ بَيْتِي لِلطَّائِفِينَ وَالْقَائِمِينَ وَالرُّكَعِ السُّجُودِ. Surah Al-Hajj, a complete surah, was revealed in order to explain the importance and how to perform Hajj. So now Allah mentioned about Ibrahim that after Allah tested his Iman and trust in Allah, Then Allah gave him an expensive contract that was not given to anyone. And that's building the house of Allah. He was tested by Allah, asked him to slaughter his son, the only son that he had. And at that age, the son only came after he was 120 years. And now he has grown up. The son has reached the age of 13, 14. Thinking that, okay, I'm becoming old, my son is going to help me, to assist me in all things that I want to do. Now Allah sent a trial, telling Ibrahim to go and slaughter his son. And the dream of Anbiya, the messengers and prophets, is a command from Allah. It's a revelation. So he came and told his son that, my son, I had a dream that I'm going to slaughter you, or I have been asked to slaughter you. He said, yeah, but if I'm not Umar, Saturday, inshallah, about that, go and execute whatever you are asked to do. Whatever command Allah gives you, do it. You'll find me very patient, inshallah. And that's what happened. So now from this harm, Ibrahim thought it would be ridiculous for him to slaughter his son in front of the people. So he decided to move away out of Haram. To go outside so that where people will not see him, so that he can execute the order that was given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that one took him to Muna, where we are having Jamarat. And he went there to to slaughter his son. The three Jamarats, the history goes back to Ibrahim still. Now, he brought Ismail and he put him down, he sat him down, trying to slaughter him. He said to his father, Daddy, I'm asking for 2 favors. He said, what are they, Ismail? He said, number one, I want you to sharpen the knife that you're going to slaughter, so that you just cut my neck at a time. Number 2, I want you to use a handkerchief to cover my eyes so that we don't have eye contact that will protect you from, or maybe you sympathize with me or you feel somehow about me, so that you can execute the order given to you. So that what meant Ibrahim to leave where Ismail was sitting down, and he went to sharpen his knife. On his way coming back after sharpening the knife, now the devil appeared in the form of humankind as an old man. And he was saying to Ibrahim, yeah, Ibrahim, are you out of mind? Eh? Are you insane? Are you going to slaughter your son just because of a dream? This is just a nightmare. Then came angel Jibril. He said to Ibrahim, this old man you are seeing is the Satan. So stone him. So he was given 7 stones. He stoned Iblis by saying, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. The Satan disappeared. He continued journey coming to Ismail. When he reached the middle, Satan reappeared again. So he stoned him for the 2nd time. He disappeared. Now for the last time when he came here, he reappeared again, and he stoned him, disappeared. Then he went to slaughter his son Ismail, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala decided to replace Ismail with a big ram from Jannah. And that is the hadiah we are slaughtering whenever we go to Hajj, and that is the layer we do here in Nigeria. If not because of the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it would have been mankind that would be slaughtered instead of the rams. So every year they will look into the family who is more pata, who has more meat, so that we can slaughter it. So when I see myself that I'm very close to that, I'll stop eating. So you can see the wisdom of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now Allah replaced Ismail with a big ram from Jannah, and from there it became act of ibadah to make a sacrifice when you go to Hajj, and also sacrifice here when you are in Nigeria, for example. So that's the history. Now, this house that was rebuilt by Ismail after this trial, Prophet Ibrahim has passed the exam. So since you have gotten a distinction in the exam, Allah said, okay, I have a contract for you. Go and build my house. So the boundary of the house was shown to him by Prophet and by angel Jibril, and he started building the Kaaba until it reached a certain level where he could not, his hand could not reach, therefore he has to use a stone and be climbing the stone in order to continue building, taking around. And that stone is where his foot were printed, and that is Maqam Ibrahim. And that is called the stand of Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam. So we're going to see that. So that's the history number one. It's more popular because it's mentioned in the Quran. But after Ibrahim also, there was another rebuilding of the Kaaba during the time of Jurhum, a tribe of Arab that came from Yemen. That's where Ismail learned Arabic. Ismail was not an Arab. Ibrahim was not an Arab. But Jurhum, I am trying to summarize. So after this trial, that Allah said, okay, come and build my house. And he did. Remember when Ismail was a child, he has to leave. He was asked to take the family, the wife and her child, to this house where he kept them there, bringing food for them when it is because there was no food, nothing there. So sometimes the water finished, and Hajar, his mother, went to look for water. And that's what made up the Safa and Marwa. She climbed on Mount Safa to see if you can see anybody that can help her with water. She couldn't see anybody. She came down and ran to Marwa, and that's 7 cycles were done for Safa and Marwa. It's made among our rituals. So now, you have finished the exam, you have passed the exam, you have built my house, you and Ismail. And that's what they do. And after completing the building, they went around to make our say ربنا تقبل منا انك انت السميع العليم ربنا واجعلنا مسلمين لك ومن ذريتنا مسلمة لك وارنا مناسكنا وتب علينا انك انت التواب الرحيم. So after Ibrahim, we have Job, whom he learned the Arabic from them. They extract the king. And when they found water there, that is Zamzam. That's the history of Zamzam when his heart was trying to running away. That is what is called Zamzam. In their language, it means stop. And that is Zamzam. So that Zamzam is what the tribe of Jurhum, when they came, they saw the water there, and they decided to say, okay, since there is water here, the major problem then was the water. And it was a desert, there was no water. So they asked Hajar if they can remain, if they can stay there with her. She said, yes, you can stay. So they brought their family. They are Arabs, and Ismail learned Arabic from them. He married from them, and that's what gave us to him being an Arab again. So from his generation came Prophet Muhammad. After Jurhum, then came the time when Quraysh also rebuilt Kaaba. When the messenger was 35 years old, they rebuilt the Kaaba. After that of Quraysh, also there was a rebuilding of the Kaaba by Abdullah ibn Zubayr when he was the Amir al-Mu'minin. Then Hajjaj ibn Yusuf al-Thaqafi also rebuilt the Kaaba. Then second to the last was the Sultan Murad of Osman Empire, also rebuilt the Kaaba. Then came the Saudi expansion, which will have the biggest expansion of the world. During Abdul Aziz, then came Fahad bin Abdul Aziz, then Abdullah bin Abdul Aziz, then now Salman is also trying to complete the remaining part of the expansion. So this is the history of how the Kaaba went through the metamorphosis from one grade to another. So now we are going to start on this issue of Hajj. So we have the history and also the significances of Hajj. Hajj is classified into 3. I mentioned Hajj is to travel to Saudi Arabia, Holy Land, in order to perform certain rituals and rites ordained by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Hajj is classified into 3. We have number 1, Ifrat, that is to perform only Hajj. Only Hajj. Do you have any? So, okay. The preparations, I know most of them we know them, but I'm trying to summarize so that we'll go on. You can see them, the types of Hajj and how to perform Hajj. The Hajj, number 1 is Ifrat. That is to perform only Hajj. There is no Umrah attached to it. We'll come to explain what differentiates Hajj and Umrah. Then the second one is Qiran, to combine Hajj and Umrah together, unseparated. If you intend to perform Qiran, your intention is to combine them together, Labbaik Allahumma Hajj and Umrah together, and you will not remove that Ihram until you complete your Hajj. Even if you perform the Umrah, you finish, you remain in the state of Ihram until after Hajj, and that is Qiran. The last one on the list is the Tamattu. Tamattu is combining Hajj and Umrah but separated. You intend to perform Hajj and Umrah, but you are starting with Umrah separately from Hajj. So when you are done with your Umrah, you remove the Ihram until on the 8th day of the Hijjah. Now you resume the Ihram for Hajj. And this is the most easiest form of Hajj and most rewardable, so to say. Why did I say this? In Hajj, Ifrad, there is no Hadiyah, no sacrifice. But in Qiran and Tamattu, there is sacrifice. And the Messenger mentioned, said, Afdalul Hajj al-Hajj wa-Thalj. The best of all Hajj is the Hajj in which there is sacrifice and a lot of talbiyah. Is repeatedly being said. That's the best Hajj. So this two Hajj, which in Qiran is not as rewardable as the two. Now between Qiran and Tamattu, this is why scholars are having, okay, which one is the most rewardable? But they conclusively said, yes, Tamattu is the best because the Messenger did perform Qiran, but he said to the people that performed Tamattu, after they were done with their Umrah, completing the Umrah, they removed their Ihram and put on their traditional dress, and also all the restrictions and prohibitions are lifted. He said, how I wish, if I had known, even myself, I would have intent to perform Tamattu. So the saying of the Messenger that if I had known, or if not because I have intended to perform Qiran, I would have joined you also to perform Tamattu, which means Tamattu is the best. So we are going to show how to perform this Tamattu. So now Umrah, since we are going to perform Tamattu, we are going to make intention for our Hajj and Umrah separately, and then on next day we perform our Hajj. We declare the intention for Hajj. Umrah has 3 pillars. Arkan Umrah Thalatha. There are 3 pillars of Umrah. Number 1 is intention. That is for everything. Everything has to have intention. So intention is the pillar. When you will miss one of these 3, then your Umrah is not accepted. Intention, Tawaf, circumambulating the Kaaba, then followed by Sa'i, walking between Safa and Marwa.
Yes.
Walking between Safa and Marwa is one of the pillars of Umrah. So we have 3. That's good. Thank you so much. Number 1 is intention. Number 2 is Tawaf, circumambulating the Kaaba. Number 3 is Sa'i, Safa and Marwa. That is walking between Safa and Marwa. These are the 3 pillars of Umrah. Try not to miss any of them. Other things can be corrected, amended, but these 3, there is no. If you miss any of them, your Umrah is not accepted. Intention, Tawaf, and Sa'i. We'll come to see that of Hajj. There's additional one that makes it 4. So now, intention, that is the first pillar of Umrah, is only declared at a point where it's called station. That is miqat. Miqat refers to a place, a station where the Messenger ﷺ says we should not declare the intention until we are there. Let's take an example. Now that since Kaaba is in the middle of the world and people are coming from every angle, from east, south, north, west, they are coming from everywhere. So now you are not allowed to come to Kaaba until you declare the intention before reaching the Kaaba. So every side of the world has their own station. Ibn Abbas reported the hadith. He said, وَقَتَ النَّبِيُّ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ ذَا الْغُلَيْفَةِ وَلِأَهْلِ الشَّامِ جُهُفَةَ وَلِأَهْلِ يَمَنِ يَلَمْلَمْ وَلِأَهْلِ نَجْدٍ كَرْنَ الْمَنَازِلِ وَلِأَهْلِ الْعِرَاقِ ذَاتِ إِرْقٍ هُنَّ لَهُنَّ وَلِمَنْ أَتَى عَلَيْهِنْ لِمَنْ أَرَادَ الْحَجَّ وَالْعُمْرَةَ. that Allah, the Messenger, has made a station for the people of Medina to be Dhul Hulayfa. And the people of the West, Sham, that is Nigeria, Morocco, Egypt, and the rest, we on the side of the west of the world, we are going to declare our intention at a place that is called Juhufa. Then the people that are coming from Yemen, they have their own miqat is Yalamlam. The people coming from Najd, that is Taif and what have you, they have their miqat that is called Qarn al-Manazil. The Messenger said these stations are for the people that are living on these areas and the people that came through that area. So for us now that we are going to Medina, if we go to Medina, our miqat has changed from being Juhufa to the miqat of the people of Medina. And which one? Dhul Hulayfa. Is it clear? That is the miqat of Medina, and when you go to Medina, when you are leaving Medina, you are going to take your intention from the miqat, the station of the people of Medina, and that is Dhul Hulayfa. Is it clear? So now, going to Medina, remember that going to Medina has no connection to Hajj. It's entirely a different and separate ibadah. Visiting messengers' masjids to pray there, visiting messengers' grave, then praying the Masjid Quba to obtain the reward of Umrah, visiting other historical sites of Islam in Medina. That's what takes you on to Medina. But if you decide not to go to Medina, you declare the intention from your miqat like Juhufa on the plane, you go and perform Umrah without going to Medina or perform Hajj. Your Hajj is perfect. But going to Medina is another advantage of getting another form of rewards for visiting these places and going to pray in the Masjid Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam. So when we go to Medina, after we are done with our visitations, we have visited all the sites that are important in Medina. The day we are leaving Medina is the day we are going to start our Hajj, and that's why we are connected to Medina. By what? By changing our miqat from Juhufa to their miqat Dhul Hulayfa. So these are the places of ziyarah when we go to Medina. You can see their importance. Masjid al-Nabi is here. Masjid al-Nabi, where when you pray one single rak'ah is more than 1,000 rak'ah. Salatu fi masjidi hada, afdal min alf salatu fi ma siwahu illa al-masjid al-haram. Praying in my masjid is more than 1,000 times of any other prayer in any other masjid except in Masjid al-Haram. Then you have the Rawda, that is a place, a garden of Jannah between the member. Let's say this is the Masjid al-Nabi, the member of the pulpit of the Messenger is in the middle of that place. So he said, from this side to my house, the house of the Messenger is attached to the wall of Masjid. So now from his house to where the pulpit is, to the end of the Masjid, the Messenger said it's a garden of Jannah. So if you enter there, you have entered garden of Jannah. It's just for you to ask Allah to make it easy for you to enter the Jannah after you're there. So that's the second one. Then Baqi is a cemetery. The cemetery of that contains more than 10,000 Sahaba. Companions of the Messenger were buried there. All the wives of the Messenger except Khadija and Maimuna, they're all there. All the children of the Messenger alayhi salatu wasalam, they're buried there. And a lot of righteous people were also buried there. The importance of the Baqiyah, on the day of judgment, Allah is going to ask this Baqiyah to shake. After it shakes, any kafir or munafiq will be thrown away. The remaining people will be taken direct to them. So dying in Medina, the Messenger said, "Man istata'a minkum an yamuta fil madinati falyaf'al." Whosoever can ask Allah to take his life in Medina should do so, because he's going to die to Jannah. So you can see that Baqiyah. So we are going there to visit the graves of those important personalities that died and buried there. After visiting the Messenger's, where is this? Okay, inside the Masjid al-Nabi there is also his grave and two of his companions. After we pray, as we are going out, we also pay a visit to his grave and salute him there. Then we have mosque expansion, that is an extra value of what you call the Bamaks are doing, because not everybody is concerned of taking people to museum. Museum is where you have the history of how Medina, right from the beginning, from the time of Hijrah, up to the expansion, the last expansion you will see it there, inshallah. Then Masjid al-Quba, the Messenger mentioned that Masjid al-Quba, if you pray there 2 rakats, you have the reward of Umrah. And it's the first masjid that was built even before the Masjid al-Nabi. It was built by Mus'ab bin Umair, the first ambassador of Islam. When the people of Medina accepted Islam, and they asked the Messenger to send someone that is going to teach them Islam. So he sent his envoy, that is Mus'ab bin Umair. And when he came, the tribe of Banu Salim or Banu Salima took him in. They hosted him, and he built a masjid there. And when the Messenger migrated to Medina after a year, that's why he stopped over. He spent about 3 days before they could go into the city of Medina. So that Quba, the Messenger said, whosoever goes there, if performs ablution and goes to Masjid Quba and pray 2 rakats, he has the reward of complete Umrah. So it's another site, historical site for visit. Then Jabal Uhud, where the second battle of Islam took place, where we have 70 people that were killed during the second battle of Islam. So we are also going there to visit their graves and pray for them. The next one is very close to the place where you are going to see varieties of dabino. You buy whichever the most funny side of it is you are going to see them, if you like, from the trees itself. Then Masjid Qiblatayni, this is for history, where the masjid was named Qiblatayni because of the 2 directions of the Qibla. When the Messenger migrated to Medina, he was asked to face the direction where the Jews were praying, or facing when they were praying, leaving behind his back Kaaba. The Messenger did not like it, but since it's a command from Allah, and Allah did it intentionally because they were told that the last messenger is going to follow, is going to do the same thing. So he prayed facing the same direction of Baitul Maqdis for over 1.5 years, 18 months, until on that day when he visited this area of Qiblat, where Qiblatayni is. He went there and it was time for a prayer, and they were praying when the revelation came that yes, we are asking you now to change, to turn your face to the direction of Kaaba. So which means this is the Qibla we were facing before, and now he was asked, we were praying, he was asked to turn to this direction. So now the Imam became at the back and the Ma'mun, the followers, in the front. And that is why it is named Qiblatayni, the masjid that has 2 directions. But now the 2 directions are not there. The old direction was turned to the main gate because of the innovation of the people. They will come and pray on this direction of Kaaba. They will also place that direction and pray. So the Saudi authority decided to change it to an entrance gate. So this is what is taking us to Medina. So after we are done with Medina, we are now going to start our Umrah. Is it clear? Or do I pose questions before we proceed? How many pillars of Umrah do we have? How many pillars of Umrah? 3. The number 1, intention, followed by Tawaf, followed by Sa'i. And how many types of Hajj? 3 also. We have Ifrad, to perform only Hajj or Umrah. We have Iran, to perform Hajj and Umrah combined. We have Tamattu, to perform Hajj and Umrah but separated. And this is what the explanation we are giving now for the performance of Tamattu. So now the day we are leaving Medina after all the visitation that we have mentioned is the day we are going to start our Hajj rituals by declaring the intention to perform Umrah before the Hajj. Is it clear? There are certain sunnatic, acts that you are expected to do before declaring the intention. Number 1 is making sure that you take your ritual bath. Is sunnah, it's not compulsory. And that ritual bath could be performed either in your hotel rooms or at the miqat. We don't mention miqat, huh? Miqat. You can either perform the ritual baths in your hotel or when you come to the miqat. Those that are going to join the train also can do all the rituals, the sunnah out of taking the ritual bath. You shave if you want to shave, you cut your fingernails and whatever. The men will change to this, which I will demonstrate how we are going to wear it. So, those that are joining the train, after they are done, they can be brought to Miqat, declare the intention that they go to train station, from there they go to Makkah. But maybe some of us that are going to come to the Miqat, either you take a ritual bath at the hotel room, or when you come to Miqat, there are bathrooms there, you can enter the restrooms and take your ritual bath. Apply, do whatever you think you can do. Then after all said and done, the women have no problem, because all their dresses, clothes, so far it doesn't contradict Islamic Sharia, is fit for this ritual of Hajj or Umrah. Is it clear? Whatever color it is. But we the men, we are asked to remove our clothes and change it and use these 2 white garments. We have 2 white garments. So number 1, the first lower garment and upper garment. This is number 1. This is the lower garment. You are going to wear it on your waist. So you can see it has different sizes. So if you are going to, you can buy the size that sizes you. Either small size, big size, medium size, or even jumbo size. So you can see me here now. Look at, if you are going to tie this, make sure you open your legs, so that if you tie it, it doesn't discomfort you. So you can see me now, taking this side to the left and this side to the right. Now taking to my back. Can you see me here? So you can tie it from here, from your back here. This is one. If you find the size you can go around. Where maybe it will not be enough to be tied, you can use belt to tie it. Make sure it's tied well, because if it's loose, you are loosed. So that is one now. Use belt to tie it. And then the second one, that is the upper garment, you open it, you put it on your shoulders, around. So you cover your shoulders, that's after taking your ritual bath. Remove everything. Remove the shirt, the trouser, the underwear, even the cap have to be removed. Nothing is allowed. But you can wear rings, you can wear wristwatch, you can take an umbrella, you can wear hearing aids, glasses, whatever is going to happen. But any sun cloth is not permissible until after the Umrah. Is it clear? So this is the way you can wear your ihram. Remember not to expose your shoulder until when you are to start the tawaf of Umrah. You will see these white people, they will be exposing their shoulder right from the miqat. It's wrong. The messenger only did ask the companions to expose their shoulder when they are starting the tawaf, not from the miqat, and it's only for that tawaf of Umrah or Qudum. Tawaf of Hajj does not require this. So make sure you cover yourself. For the woman, make sure that you wear the clothes that are not attractive, that are not transparent, that are not tight, that are not so expensive that make you proud. It's an act of ibadah. And we're not allowed to wear any sun clothes, no socks, no hand gloves, except for the women. They can wear socks, but they're not allowed to wear hand gloves. They're not allowed to cover their face, except in a situation where they know that they could be fitna to other people. What I mean by fitna, she knows that she's extraordinarily beautiful and she's among the men, and maybe men will be looking at her. That time she's allowed to cover her face until after she's out of that bit, then she can remove it. Is it clear? So this is the way I have put my ihram. We are now at the miqat. Either I did it at the hotel room or at the miqat. Remember, you can shave, you can cut your fingernails, you can also apply perfume as men. Women already are not, they are not permissible, it's not permissible for them to wear, to spray perfume or to wear perfume on them. So, we'll go and perform 2 rakats also at the miqat mosque. But that 2 rakats is not compulsory. Even if you don't perform 2 rakats, there's nothing there. It's sunnah of the wudu, where you come to miqat and they're about to pray one of the obligatory prayers. If you perform the obligatory prayer, it spices that nafila. Is it clear? So after you terminate the prayer, now you either declare the intention from the time you terminate the prayer, but more preferably, it's more sunnatic. You leave until after, you wait until after your bus starts moving. You are in the bus and it starts moving. That's what the Messenger ﷺ did. Jabir said, when the Messenger rode on his camel, that's when he declared the intention. So now, after you enter the bus, it starts moving, you declare the intention. And the intention should be verbally said, Labbaik Allahumma Umratan. Why are we saying Umratan? Because we are only for Umrah now. The Hajj intention will come next on 8th day. Is it clear? So Labbaik Allahumma Umratan, the clearance of this intention is one of the pillars of Umrah. That is the first pillar. Labbaik Allahumma Umratan. And remember, the moment you declare the intention by saying Labbaik Allahumma Umratan, there are certain restrictions. You are not allowed to cut your fingernails again. You are not allowed to shave any part of your hair. You are not allowed to kill any animal except something that is going to harm you, like snakes or whatever. You are not allowed to wear any sun clothes, no cap, no this. You are not allowed to have an intimacy, even they want to take you closer to intimacy. You are not allowed to to seek the hand of a married lady, or even for marriage to be, people to go and represent you in getting you married. You are not allowed until when you are done. All these restrictions should be on you until you finish your Umrah. You are not allowed to wear perfume. Even though you applied it, you can still feel the smell of that perfume, but you are not allowed to do it again. If you do intentionally the externality, you are going to slaughter a ram, which is about 350,000 there. If you do it intentionally. But if you don't, if it's not intentional, maybe by mistake, that one is forgiven by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the moment you say Labbaik Allahumma Umratan, you have started what? You have started the rituals of Umrah. So you can see, we are saying, okay, going back to the prohibitions?
No. The intention.
No, the prohibition I mentioned. I saw here. Look at the don'ts in the state of Ihram. I mentioned them.
This Labbaik Allahumma.
No, I'm talking about the prohibitions.
The prohibitions. Okay.
And these are the things I'm talking about. Do not cut any part over here. Do not clean your fingernails. Do not allow perfume. Do not touch your spouse. Do not engage in talks or texts that may cause desire. Do not have sexual intercourse. Do not cover your head with anything. Men only. Do not wear cover shoe. Men only. So all these restrictions are there until you are done with your Umrah. Is it clear? So now I have declared the intention, said Labbaik Allahumma Umrah. Then from there comes the slogan of Hajj and Umrah. What the slogan says? Labbaik Allahumma labbaik, labbaik la sharika laka labbaik, innal hamda wan ni'mata laka wal mulk la sharika lak, labbaik Allahumma labbaik, لبيك لا شريك لك لبيك إن الحمد والنعمة لك والملك لا شريك لك. And this is the meaning. Now here I am, O Allah, I have answered your call. Here I am, verily all praises and every bounty is from you, and all dominion is also from you. So this is what you are saying now, the one of testimony, that you have testified that Allah is one. And you are answering the call because you are invited. Is it clear? So now, this slogan of Talbiyah, it's called Talbiyah, is what is expected of every Hajj until maybe they reach Makkah. If you are tired of saying the Talbiyah, you can do other things. You can recite Quran, you can say Salatul Nabi, you can make any remembrance of Allah that you can remember. You also sleep. When you wake up, you continue the Talbiyah. When you wake up, you go to the Talbiyah or the station of the Quran, Salatul Nabi, or whatever. You can have a talk with the company of the friend that you are moving together. But if you are doing it, it should be responsible discussion. Leave behind those political discussions, economic discussion, whatever, until you are finished with your ibadah. So you continue chanting the Talbiyah until you reach Makkah. When you reach Makkah, you go to hotel rooms and keep your luggages there. Now, going to perform the next or the second pillar of Umrah, which is what? Tawaf. But remember, tawaf is like prayer, as said by the Messenger. Therefore, it should be performed in the state of ablution. So whosoever his ablution is broken should renew his ablution going to Haram. When we go to Haram, you can see upon arriving, we check into the hotel, perform ablution if needed, then head to Masjid al-Haram. Then from there, enter the Masjid al-Haram with your right foot by reciting this dua, Bismillah, Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin, Allahumma ghafirli wa ftahli abwaab rahmat. If you don't know how to recite this, just say Bismillah, Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin. Then you enter the Masjid al-Haram with your right foot. After entering Masjid al-Haram, there is no nafilah. Usually when you enter Masjid, you are expected to pray to nafilah to honor the Masjid. But Masjid al-Haram, the Messenger says the first ibadah should be tawaf, and that is why that nafilah is delayed until after tawaf. Is it clear? So now, you go to Masjid al-Haram, as you are seeing, if you sight Kaaba, you see Kaaba, you say, Allahumma anta as-salam wa minka as-salam, tabarakta ya dhal jalal wal ikram. Allahumma zid hadha al-bayta mahabatan wa takrim wa tashrifan wa ta'dhiman wa birra. وزد من شرفه بالزيارة بالحج والعمرة تشريفا وتعظيما وتكبيرا وتشريفا وبرا. If you don't know how to recite this dua, just say Allahumma anta as-salam minka as-salam tabarakta ya dhal jalali wal ikram, and you head to the Kaaba. Is it clear? So now, when you reach Kaaba, since there is no that you are going direct to the Kaaba. When you go to Kaaba, the starting tawaf is the Hajj al-Aswad. Hajj al-Aswad. That is the corner of Hajj al-Aswad, which is the corner where the door of the Kaaba is. That's the corner of Hajj al-Aswad. So you can see, this is the corner of Hajj al-Aswad, as you can see it. If you don't know where the Hajj al-Aswad is, it's cased in a silver cover, and there's a police most of the time standing here to reduce the traffic issue, and also the door of the Kaaba. So this is Hajar al-Aswad. This Hajar al-Aswad also goes back to the time of Ibrahim. When he was building the Kaaba, the contract that was given after that exam. Now, at this corner, it remained a building bridge that would cover the area, and he was looking for it. Then Allah sent down angel Jibril with a stone from Jannah. The Messenger ﷺ says, نزل به جبريل فإنه أقبل من الثلج إنما صوره ذنوب الناس. He said when Jibril brought down this hajar, this stone, it was whiter than the ice, but it were the sins of the mankind that turns into black. And now that hajar, that stone is even called Hajar al-Aswad, the black stone. So that black stone, that is the starting point of your tawaf. That's why you are starting your tawaf. And when you come to start your tawaf at Blackstone, you have 3 options. Option number 1 is for you to kiss the Hajar al-Aswad by putting your mouth without making any sound. Just put your mouth, kiss the Hajar al-Aswad and say Bismillah Allah. Where that is not possible, which is also not possible because of the crowd. Now you have the second choice. The second choice is for you to put your hand and right hand touch the Hajar al-Aswad. When your hand touches the Hajar al-Aswad, you kiss the hand, say Bismillah Allah, which may also not be possible because of the crowd. Now you have the last option, which is the easiest and simplest one. The messenger says, you stand at any position you are, then use your hand and point at Hajar al-Aswad. Say Bismillah Allah. In this case, you don't kiss the hand because it doesn't touch the Hajar al-Aswad. It's only when you touch the Hajar al-Aswad you are going to kiss your hand. So be careful. You see the watchman doing Bismillah sometimes even 7 times. You are only asked to say only once. Okay, Bismillah Allah. And you start your tawaf anti-clockwise going around the Kaaba. This tawaf, you are starting as the second pillar of your Umrah. And it must be performed in the state of ablution. Is it clear? So, the dua of tawaf is Allahumma imanan bik. After you say Bismillah Allah Akbar, you say Allahumma imanan bik wa tasdiqan bi kitabik wa wafa'an bi ahdik wa ittiba'an li sunnati nabiyyik. Where you don't know how to recite this dua, just continue your tawaf. It doesn't affect your tawaf. So you start going around the Kaaba anti-clockwise. As you can see, this Maqam Ibrahim, we mentioned Maqam Ibrahim in the history. That when Ibrahim was building the Kaaba, initially it was attached to the house. But when Allah sent revelation that they should be performing 2 rakats behind Maqam Ibrahim, now performance of the 2 rakat will now obstruct the tawaf. So it has to be pushed back to give way for the people who are doing tawaf. Is it clear? It has been withdrawn from the Kaaba backwards, but time came because of the population. We cannot move it unless we are taken it out of the house. So it has to be left there and is there just for history. Is it clear? So some people will say, during their tawaf, I must follow in between Maqam Ibrahim and the door of the Kaaba. No. Wherever you flow, if this place is crowded, just fall behind Maqam Ibrahim. All that is needed, you go around the Kaaba. So either you follow in between the door of the Kaaba and Maqam Ibrahim, or behind Maqam Ibrahim, it's all the same. So you go around. This Hijr Ismail, the semicircle you are seeing, is part of Kaaba. When, during the time of Messenger, when the Quraysh family, that is the tribe of Quraysh, they wanted to rebuild Kaaba, they promised that they should not contribute any unlawful money, illegal money. Any illicit money should not be contributed to build Allah's house. And that's why one of our scholars in Medina, he said, those kuffars during the time of Messenger, they fear Allah more than we Muslims. I said, why? He said, look at them. They are afraid, they are scared of bringing haram to build Allah's house. But today Muslims are taking haram to the Allah's house. Who fears Allah's house? It's just that their aqidah is bad, but they have the fear of Allah. So now, when they are building the Kaaba, they promise not to contribute anything that is haram. So because of the nature of their business, then they could not contribute enough. There will be enough to build the whole boundary of Kaaba. So they decided to say, okay, let's use the money and build the area that money can cover to build. The remaining part, we should leave it as a dove building, but it's still there as part of Kaaba. And that is why this thing is done. But this is part of Kaaba. Is it clear? So you are going behind this Hijr Ismail. It's called Hijr Ismail. Some said that was where Ismail lived when he was young. Some said Hijr Ismail is part of the house of Ismail alayhi salatu wasalam. So now going around, you pass by this corner, you come to this corner, this mizab, a drainage where water will fall. It was done by the Messenger alayhi salatu wasalam in order to allow water to come down after the rain, then it will drain out instead of leaving it there inside the parapet. So now you go this corner. You can see this corner is called Rukun Shami. Rukun means corner. Shami, Iraqi, Rukun al-Iraqi. It is mean the corner that is looking at Iraq. Is it clear? This is Rukun al-Shami, corner that is looking at Sham, Syria. This Rukun al-Yamani, the corner that is looking at Yemen. But why was this more popular? Because the messenger touched the earth. And that is why we only knew Rukn al-Yamani and Hajar al-Aswad. Is it clear? So you're not going to touch any part of the Kaaba except this place, that is, if it's possible, Hajar al-Aswad, the Rukn al-Yamani, the corner of Yemen. So now, if you come to the corner of Yemen, you are just to go and touch it and say, Allahu Akbar. If you cannot touch it, there is even no need for you to point at it. Just pass by it, and then between here to Hajar al-Aswad, where we started, you are expected to say, Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasana wa qina adhaban. Is it clear? So this is an all-encompassing dua. It contains everything that you need. Is it clear? But meanwhile, you can say other dua, maybe Rabbana atina is not enough for you. You want to explain to Allah more. You want to expatiate. So you tell him. Yes, you want to cry to Allah. So from here you can say anything, but don't forget to say Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasana wa qina adhaban nar. Between Rukn al-Yamani to where you started your tawaf, that is Hajar al-Aswad. When you come back here, you have completed one round. Is it clear? You point at it again and say Allahu Akbar. Remember that Bismillah is only said once. You don't repeat it. Just show it, point at it and say Allahu Akbar. You go around and you come to the Rukn al-Yamani. If you can touch it, you touch and say Allahu Akbar. If you cannot, just pass by. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana should be said. And when you come, you have completed the second cycle. You point at it, Allahu Akbar. Come back, start round, fourth round, fifth round, sixth round, up to seventh rounds. Is it clear? So after you have completed the seventh round, remember your ablution should be intact. If it is broken, you must start from the beginning. So you have to know what kind of food you are going to eat. Is it clear? So now, after completing your tawaf, now your tawaf is completed. You now go to behind Maqam Ibrahim. When we say behind Maqam Ibrahim, it does not mean you have to go closer to Maqam Ibrahim. It means anywhere. In fact, scholars are saying because of the crowd, not only behind Maqam Ibrahim, any part of the haram you can perform those two rakah because they are sunnah. Even they are saying if you cannot get a chance to perform it in the haram, you go to your hotel room and perform those two rakahs. Behind Maqam Ibrahim, you say you recite first rakah for your Fatiha and Qul Ya Ayyuhal Kafirun, second rakah Fatiha and Qul Huwallahu Ahad. After you are done, you supplicate, then you come behind, you get Zamzam water and drink. Why? Because of the sin of the Messenger of Zamzam, Lima Shiriba. The water of Zamzam is taken for whatever wish you have. Pray, make a wish, ask Allah, bring together whatever you want Allah to give and drink with the intention that Allah will fulfill your wishes. Is it clear? So after drinking Zamzam, you have now completed your tawaf. Now you go to the third pillar of Umrah, which is Safa and Marwa. Inna Safa wal Marwa min sha'ir. The Mount Safa and Mount Marwa are among the symbols of the religion of Allah. And when you remember, we said it came from the Hajj. Is it clear? If a woman would now walk from Safa and Marwa 7 times, but you will see a man doing like this, a man, this is an act of ibadah, and Allah wants to give you training. We don't want a Muslim to be lazy. So that is why all acts of, rituals of Hajj, there's an exercise. so that you become healthy. You also, burn calories. So people that are fond of going to the toilet with their cars, anything car, AC car, they should get ready to have themselves there because they are going to train. They should start training their body to become. So now going to Safa and Marwa. This Hajarul Aswad I have mentioned, this corner of Hajarul Aswad, why you start your tawaf and finish the tawaf, is directly looking at Mount Safa. Directly, let me put it this way. Okay, it's directly looking at Safa. But because of the crowd, you cannot go directly to Safa. They have to build a wall so that to regulate the traffic. Is it clear? So you have to follow behind the wall, then you go to Safa. So when you finish your tawaf, you go and perform nafila behind Maqam Ibrahim, then you follow behind the wall and go to Safa. As you are going to Safa, when you start climbing on Safa, then you say, you read this verse, you recite this verse, Inna Safa wal Marwata min sha'airillah, faman hajja al-bayta aw itamara fala junaha alayhi an yatawafa bihima, wa man tadawwa khairan, inna Allaha shakirun alim. This is what the messenger read. Is it clear? If you don't know how to recite this verse, there is nothing wrong in your tawaf. Just climb Mount Safa. After you are on top of Safa, this you face the Qibla. I didn't there are no building now. You can see Kaaba, complete Kaaba, but now the building has covered some part of the Kaaba, so you can see part of it. Just face the Qibla and say Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, La ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Is it clear? La ilaha illallah wa la sharika lahu, lahu al-mulku wa lahu ala kulli shay'in qadir. La ilaha illallah wahda, anjaza wa'ada, wa nasara abda, wa hazama al-ahzaba wahda. This is the prayer read by the Messenger alayhi salatu wasallam. You can see it after this. La ilaha illallah wa lahu la sharika lahu, lahu al-mulku wa lahu ala kulli shay'in qadir. La ilaha illallah wa'ada, anjaza wa'ada, wa nasara abda, wa hazama al-ahzaba wahda. This is a prayer that is being recited when you're on top of Safa. After you recite this, then you raise your hand and supplicate of all your wishes. This is just private between you and Allah. If you don't know how to recite this dua, there is nothing wrong. When you climb on Safa, just make invocations, invoke Allah, supplicate, ask anything, pray, then you come down. As you are coming down towards Marwa, on top of you, there is a vertical line of a green line. You can see here. It starts from here, it ends here. Is it clear? So as you are going for the men, when you reach where the green light starts, you are expected to hasten your walk by jogging. When you reach the end, you stop and walk normally. If you are together with women, after the jogging, when you reach the end, you wait for them to come so that they join you and continue your journey to Marwa. Is it clear? So the women are not going to jog. The jogging is only for men. And if you're together with women, you wait for them. So after you pass the green light, now you walk normally until you reach Marwa. When you reach Marwa, you climb on Marwa. You're not going to recite the same verse. It's only recited once. But the dua that you read on Safa, you face the Qibla and say Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, La ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu, lahu al-mulku wa lahu ala kulli shay'in qadir, La ilaha illallah wahdahu anjaza wa'ada, wa nasara abda, wa hazama al-ahzaba wahda. Now you raise your hand and supplicate. Now from Safa, where you started, coming to Marwa, that is one cycle. That is one. So if you go back to Marwa and to Safa, where you started, is it clear? That is the second cycle. And when you reach the green line, you also have to jog. Is it clear? So when I jog in between the green lights and then I start walking, when I come to Marwa, that is the second cycle. I also look at Kaaba, make that dua, La ilaha illallah to the end, supplicate, I go back to Marwa. So coming back to Safa is 2, going back to Marwa 3, coming back to Safa 4, going back to Marwa 5. 5. Coming back to Safa, 6. Then going back to Marwa, 7. This means you are starting with Safa and ending with Marwa. So if you see yourself on top of Safa thinking that you have completed, there is either omission or commission. Maybe you have not completed the cycle or you have added. So what do? You just have to go up to Marwa and make it istighfar. It may be you have completed, it may be you are adding to it. Is it clear? So after you are done with Safa and Marwa, you have completed your Umrah now. You go back to your hotel rooms, it remains the shaving of your hair or skinning your hair. For the woman, they cut just the part of the hair, they bring it together and cut just a simple like this. They just cut part of the hair with the scissors. And the weight will go back to our hotel room, remove this ihram. Maybe if it is dirty, you wash it, fold it, and keep it until on the 8th day of the Hajj. You have now completed section 1 of your ihram. It means section 2, isn't it? Section 1 is completed. Now the section 2 is going to start on the 8th day of the Hajj. That is Yawm al-Tarwiyah. It is called Yawm al-Tarwiyah because the Messenger ﷺ had to leave Mecca to go to Mina in order to gather water that they're going to use for standing in the place of Arafah. Their main problem there was water. So they have to leave and went to Mina to gather water that would be enough for them to stand on the plain of Arafah. So Yawm al-Tarwiyah, 8th of the Hijjah, that is the day we are going to resume our ihram by taking our ritual bath if we wish to, then removing all our clothes, putting on the ihram that we put during the Umrah. Now you are going to declare the intention of Hajj in your room. Say labbaik Allahumma hajjan. The other one, labbaik Allahumma umratan. And this section, labbaik Allahumma hajjan. Is it clear? So remember, all the restrictions that were set before, they are also back again. When you say labbaik Allahumma hajjan, no cutting of fingernails, no shedding, no this, no that, until you are done with Hajj on the 10th. Is it clear? So now you have resumed ihram and you have set the first pillar of Hajj, that is intention. Hajj has 4 pillars. Intention, standing on the plain of Arafat, Tawaf and Sa'i. So additional standing in the plain on the plain of Arafat is the additional pillar in Hajj. That will differentiate it from Umrah. Is it clear? So now we'll be conveyed on that day, declaring our intention from our room. Then we go to Mina, the tent city, where tents are erected, and they are there air-conditioned tents with rugs, carpets, pillows, and what have you. So we remain there, we spend the night in Mina. We are going to spend the day and night there. We pray Zuhr at Mina, or 2 rakats. We are going to shorten it. Is it clear? But we're not combining Zuhr and Asr in Mina. Only combination of Zuhr and Asr is only on Arafat day. So we are going to pray Zuhr at its own time, Asr 2 rakats at its own time, Maghrib complete 3 rakats at its own time. Then when Isha comes, we pray 2 rakats also. Then we spend the night, and after we pray our Subh prayer and the day has brightened, then we'll be conveyed to Arafat. Arafat. Is it clear? So we are going to be conveyed to Arafat. We can see this is Mount Rahma. Jabal Rahma. Some people are saying it's called Jabal Rahma because that's where Allah took the covenant with us. That's where Adam was meant to stand, and we made a covenant. We took a covenant with Allah that we are going to worship Him. And there is no Rahma that is as great or as big as having a covenant with Allah that if you worship Him, He's going to take you to Jannah. And that is why it is called Jabal Rahma. This mount is in the middle of the plain of Arafah. The plain of Arafah is very wide. The mountain of Rahma is in the middle of Arafah. Thank God, most of our tents are very close to the mountain. Some of us used to go to the mountain. But remember, going to the mountain does not add anything to you. All that is required is for you to spend all that is required is for you to spend the day on that plain of Arafat. Yawm Arafat is the best day of the year. The Messenger ﷺ says, there is no day Allah, emancipates his servants from hellfire like the day of Arafat. The same thing, there is no night where emancipation of the servant from hellfire that it takes place like the night of the Laylatul Qadr. So which means we have best night, we have best day. The best day of the year is Yawm Arafah. The best night of the year is Laylatul Qadr. Only the scholars are saying which one is more great, is greater than the other. This scholar said, Laylatul Qadr khayrun min alf shahr. And Tanazzalu Malaika, the angels are descending with angels in it. Then other scholars say, don't you remember on the plain of Arafah, Allah comes down himself. So it is Allah himself that will descend, not even Jibreel. So they said, yes, the day of Arafah is better than the night. When you are talking of night, Laylatul Qadr is better than any other night. When you are talking of the day of Arafah is better than any other day of the year. Is it clear? So on this, we are going to be transported to this. There are also tents. It's also, the tents are also erected, air conditioned one with mattresses and rock and what have you. All that is required on this day is supplications and remembrance of Allah. The Messenger ﷺ says, "Khayru yawmin, khayru du'a yawm Arafah." The best dua is the dua of the day of Arafat. He said, وَخَيْرُ مَا قُلْتُ أَنَا وَالنَّبِيُّونَ مِنْ قَبْلِ لَا إِلَهَ إِلَّا اللَّهُ وَحْدَهُ لَا شَرِيكَ لَهُ لَهُ الْمُلْكُ وَهُوَ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ. The best I said, I the messenger, and the messengers that came before me is لَا إِلَهَ إِلَّا اللَّهُ وَحْدَهُ لَا شَرِيكَ لَهُ لَهُ الْمُلْكُ وَهُوَ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ. It's just like the renewal of your covenant to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, on this day, we are going to combine the two prayers. At the time of Zuhur, we combine Zuhur and Asr. Combine and shorten them. The Adhan will be said, we pray Zuhur with 2 rakats, only 2 rakats. Then an Iqamah will also be said, we pray Asr. So, but from the time you pray Zuhur and Asr combined, you have enough time to supplicate. The reason why we are asked to combine in order to have enough time to pray. If you pray Zuhur and Asr at the time of Zuhur, let's say maybe 1 p.m. So you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have 6 good hours to say all that you want to say. So time will come that you don't even know what to tell Allah. Because you have said it, you repeat it. How many is your bukata? For 6 hours. 6 hours. So it's the day of the acceptance of dua. There is no dua that is going to be said on the plain of Arab that will not be accepted. The Messenger says, alayhi salatu wasalam, in Allah ayatun min ibad, that Allah comes down and descends on the plain of Arafat, and he says, he assembles the angels. And he said, look at my servants, they came from nook and cranny of this world. They are here for me. Oh my angels, I want you to bear witness that I forgive whosoever is here. And whatever their request is or are, is granted. So please upload your dua, and when you go to the plain of Arafat, do all you can to make sure that you don't miss that period. It's an opportunity. It's a golden opportunity. It's a lifetime opportunity. Maybe you may not come back. I remember thousands and millions of people won't be there, but they're not invited. So you've been a special guest of Allah, being invited by Allah. Then why do you want to play? If you are to be invited by our bat, and say, okay, tell me whatever you want in this Nigeria. Okay, are you going to sleep? Say, Mr. President, let me finish sleeping. You will be thinking. Say, I want Bamaks to do this, I want this, I want this, I want that, isn't it? So now you are now in the plain of Arafat, and Allah is saying, tell me all that you need. So it is higher time not to waste your time in, merrymaking, backbiting, political discourse, economical discourse. Forget about them. You have all that time to do that. Wallahi, to my dismay, I saw people gambling in the plain of Arafat. Gambling. And some other people will be dancing. In order to rejoice and show Allah that yes, we are grateful. This is not the way to show your gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You'll be dancing in the plain of Arafat, disturbing even others. It's too bad. Don't waste your time. You are allowed to sleep, yes. Maybe after the prayer of Zuhur, get time to rest, sleep. Maybe around 4 or 5, stand up, perform ablution, face the Qibla. Oh Allah, I want this, I want this, I want this. You finish your problems, think of your children, think of your family, think of the departed souls, parents are there, other people are there, think of Nigeria, think of any other, anybody that you think, just ask Allah to solve his problem. It doesn't mean that it must be at one time. Maybe after you are done, you just go and sit down and rest. When you remember something, oh Allah, I forget Hajj, my Coco said I should send this to you. She said she wants this and that. Ask Allah on her behalf. Do all the prayers. Maybe at the end, maybe when the sun is about to set, you make an all-encompassing dua. Where I say, oh Allah, the dua that I can remember, and those that I cannot remember, those that have sent me, and even those that have not sent me, Allah, you know their problem. Solve it for them. But you are allowed for 6 hours. 6 hours to say all that you need. That is the importance of Arafat. And remember, you are renewing the covenant. So this is for Arafat. We remain there praying, supplicating, and invoking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala until sunset. When the sun sets, it is time for Maghrib, but you are not allowed to pray Maghrib here. You have to leave to Muzdalifah. Muzdalifah is a plain area, plain ground, where there is no tents. It's just like serving as the Yom March, where the Universal Assembly is going to take place on the Day of Judgment. So now you have come out from the grace, that's Arafat. Now you are coming to Muzdalifah, where we are going to have a Universal Assembly. Everybody must be there. You must be there whatsoever. You are not allowed to leave the area until midnight, even if you are permitted to go. So you have to be there, spend the night there, but don't to crowd. The Messenger ﷺ, during his lifetime, he gave permission for some people to start moving. The women, the aged, the sick, and those that are attending to the affairs of the pilgrims. Maybe the medical doctors, maybe the welfare officers. They can start moving after the midnight. The Messenger gave them permission. Why? Because he thought of the crowd of 10,000 people. And now we're talking of 2-3 million. So if the Messenger would be alive by now, he would have allowed people to start moving. Not even those aged women. So that is what the scholars are saying. Since it was because of the crowd that the Messenger said they start moving, so after midnight, everybody can start moving. But if you decide you can stay there to spend the night, that's the best. Spending the night is compulsory. But due to crowd, after the midnight, you can start moving. And if you decide to say, okay, let me go very close to the Jamarat and finish my night there, then in the morning I stone the Jamarat and pass down to Mecca for the remaining ritual hours of Hajj, that's better. But put it in your mind that it is permissible that people should start going to in the night because of the crowd. Because it was coming from the Messenger ﷺ due to a crowd of 10,000 people. And now we're talking of 2 to 3 million people, even 4 million sometimes. So we spend the night at the Muzdalifah. When we come to Muzdalifah, we are going to combine the 2 prayers, Maghrib and Isha. Maghrib 2 rak'ah and 3 rak'ahs and Isha 2 rak'ahs. try to make it congregational. Even if you are 2 or 3, make it congregational. And in that night, the messenger says, you don't need even to pray Qiyamul Layl. It will be documented that you have prayed Qiyamul Layl. You have the reward of Qiyamul Layl. So just sleep. After sleeping, spending the night there is work ahead of you tomorrow. On Salah day, we have 5 activities, and that is why it is called Yawmul Hajjul Akbar. Yawmul Hajjul Akbar, the greatest day of Hajj, because it consists of 5 activities. Number 1 is turning the Jamrah. Number 2, shaving the hair. Number 3, slaughtering the sacrificial animal. Number 4, tawaf. And number 5, sa'i between Safa and Marwa. These are the 5 activities. So on Salah day, after you leave Muzdalifah, either in the morning or even if you are leaving after the midnight, the Jamrah you are standing on that is only 1 instead of the 3. Remember I told you what happened with Ibrahim, isn't it? He thrown the devil 3 times. And that's those areas where they are marked to be where we are going to stone the Jamrah. So on Salah day, we are not going to start with the small Jamrah. As you are coming from Muzdalifah, you pass by your tent at Mona, and then you come to Jamarat. You are going to see small Jamrah. That is, the small Jamrah refers to where the stand appeared to Ibrahim after he sharpened the knife. So on that Salah, they were not going to stone this Jamrah. It's already condoned by the security agents. They won't allow you. You are not also going to stone the middle Jamrah. It's only the big Jamrah that is going to be stoned on Salah day. So which means you are going to pick 7 fellows from Muzdalifah or at Muna or even on your way going to Jamrah. But not preferably you pick them from Muzdalifah. So when you come on Salah day or in the night, you come to the big Jamrah, the big Satan. That is where the final stoning of Ibrahim did stone the Satan. That is why you are going to stone the Jamrah. The Jamrah has been widened now. You know, before it was a single pillar. So it was very difficult for people to stone that Jamrah. And that would cause most of the time due to traffic and maybe people going against one another, it caused a lot of death. But today, alhamdulillah, the Saudi authority have decided to make things easy for us. And if you come, this is the Jamrah. So if you are standing the Jamrah, this side and the middle may be chopped off. It may be crowded. So what you do, move away and come to the end tail of that Jamrah. You will see a space. You will go very close to him and stone it. You have 7 fellows. So you are starting by saying Bismillah only once and stone the Jamrah by saying Allahu Akbar as said by Ibrahim. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar to 7 times. And bear in mind, you are not stoning the Satans. People think that it is the Satan that's standing there, so they will decide to use big stones to break his teeth. And sometimes people use abusive language. If you use abusive language, which means you are stoning the Satan and stoning his work back. So just do the ibadah that you are asked to do, saying Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar in a more calm manner. After you are done, you have finished one activity of that Salah day, that is stoning the Jamrah. Now you shave your head, or either by skinning it or trimming it, depending on the hair or whatever. So you have done the second one. Already you have paid for the sacrificial animal, either through Jais, as I saw the Bamaks are doing it here, or maybe in the Holy Land, you go and pay to the designated banks there. They will take care of it. They will do it on your behalf. So on Salah day, out of the 5 activities, stoning the Jamrah, shaving, slaughtering the animal, tawaf aside. If you are able to perform 2 of the 5, then you have now all the restrictions that we mentioned earlier were now lifted. If you are able to perform only 2, any of the 2, So all the restrictions are lifted except having an intimacy with your wife. That one is not permissible until after the Tawaf al-Ifada. Is it clear? So which means, like I used to do, I have a hunchback. In that bag, I have one set of my clothes and a clipper. That is using, rechargeable clipper. So after I stole the jammer, what I'll do, I'll go by the side, trim my head, remove this one, and put on my traditional clothes. I'll go to have with the Nigerian clothes. You'll think that I'm not a Hajj. So by the time I finish stoning the jammer, this one has finished its work. So I will remove it and I resume my traditional clothes. As you can see, like here, now I finished stoning, I've shaved my head, I've done what the messenger said. So if you are done with 2, you can do that. You can also continue to go to Haram with this one if it doesn't disturb me, but for me it disturbs me a lot. So it's not easy. So now, stoning the Jamrah is done. Maybe shaving the hair is done. Slaughtering the animals is there being done by someone on your behalf. Now remember 2 activities, and that is the Tawaf and Sa'i. So you come back to Makkah, either by road, by trekking, or you join a bus. Sometimes the government provides transportation, if you are lucky enough to have it. I think last 2 years they did, but I think the other year will have to also pay for it. So you go back to Haram. When you reach Haram, you enter the Haram the manner we have mentioned earlier. You do the Tawaf in the same manner we have mentioned also. The same manner you did the Tawaf for Umrah is the same Tawaf you are going to perform. Only the difference is that there is intention that matters. The other one was for Umrah, and this one is for what? For Hajj. Is it clear? The other differences, there is no jogging in this Tawaf, and you don't expose your shoulder. You can also perform this Tawaf with your clothes, since you have done the 2 rites that I mentioned. So when you are done with Tawaf, you go behind Maqam Ibrahim, pray 2 rakats, and then drink from the water of Zamzam. They go and perform Sa'i in the same manner about the intention of Hajj. So those performing Tamattu, they have 2 Tawafs and 2 Sa'i. Is it clear? But the people performing Qira, they have only 1 Sa'i and 2 Tawafs. If they come to perform Umrah, they perform the Tawaf and Sa'i. Now on Salah day when they perform the Tawaf, the other Sa'i has suffices this one. But we in our own case, we have performed Umrah separately and Hajj separately. We have Tawaf for Umrah, Tawaf for Hajj. Sa'i for Umrah, Sa'i for Hajj. Is it clear? So after I'm done with the Tawaf, as I mentioned, then we go back to our hotel rooms, maybe refreshment, take our shower, you sleep, you eat, you sleep, until in the evening. So in the evening, now you are going back to Muna, that tent city that we went on the next day. You are going back there in order to complete the remaining Hajj rites. Is it clear? So we go back to Muna for remembrance of Allah. The Messenger ﷺ says, Ayyam al-Tashriq, Ayyam al-Akli, wa Shurbi, wa Dhikrillah. The days of Muna are days for remembrance of Allah, eating and drinking. So it's just like what we have finished Hisabi. We came for the Universal Assembly, we went for Hisabi in Surah Satan, we have collected our books, we have done everything what you are asked to go back and enjoy yourself in Jannah. So you go back to Muna and enjoy yourself. Remember Allah as much as you can. وَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ فِي أَيَّامٍ مَعْدُودَاتٍ. Remember Allah on those days that are numbered, said Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that is on 10th day. Remember to leave Makkah before sunset. If you intentionally remain in Makkah until sunset, there is a penalty. You have to slaughter a ram for sacrifice. So there is a penalty. You have to leave Makkah before sunset. Don't intentionally remain in Makkah until sunset. Even if it means that you come out of your home at the gate of your hotel waiting for bus to take you is okay. But for you to just remain in your room until sunset without making any move, then that's where the problem is. So we go back to Muna on that and on Saturday in the evening. We spend the night there. On the 11th day, that is the first day of Ayyam al-Tashriq. That is the day we are going to stone the 3 Jamarats. As you can see, they are on the same line. So yesterday, Salah, the 10th of the Hijjah, we stoned only 1 Jamra, and that is Jamratul Aqaba. We passed by Jamratul small Jamra, we passed by middle Jamra, and we stoned the last one, which is the big Jamra. But today we are starting with the small one, going to the middle one, then to the last one. So which means we are going to pick how many pebbles since we are studying 7 times? 7 times 3. We are picking 21 pebbles from either Muna, where we are, the tent, or on our way to Jamra, or even at the Jamra you can pick that pebbles. So when you come, you start with a small Jamra. Like I said yesterday, if the place is crowded, try to move away from the crowd. Go to the extreme end of that Jamra, you will see a space. So you start the Jamra in the manner you did yesterday. So nautically, you put Mina on the right hand side, Makkah on the left hand side. But it doesn't matter if you start from the other side. So you will say Bismillahi, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar 7 times. After you are done, then you move away from the Jamra a little. Raise your hand, raise the Qibla and supplicate. After the supplication, then you go to the next Jamra, that's the middle one. You also start the Jamra by saying Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar 7 times. You move away from the Jamra, face the Qibla, raise your hand and supplicate. Then go to the last Jamra, the one you stoned yesterday. You stoned it in the same manner by saying Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar 7 times, but there is no supplication after stoning the big Jamra, either on Saturday or any other day. It's only after the small Jamra and the middle Jamra that you can supplicate. Is it clear? So after stoning the last Jamra, you now go back to Muna, that tent, and you remain there remembering Allah, eating, drinking, maybe visiting one another, but make sure that you observe the Islamic, morals. Don't engage in backbiting and what have you. Remembrance of Allah is what is required. The next day, that is on 12th of the Hijjah, the second day of Ayyam al-Tashriq, you also pick 21 pebbles. For the same rites that you did on 11 yesterday, you come and start with a small Jamra, starting by saying Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. After you have done, raise the Qibla, raise your hand and supplicate. Go to the middle Jamra also, do the same. Start it 7 times saying Allahu Akbar, raise the Qibla, raise your hand and supplicate. Then the last Jamra, there is no supplication after starting it, then you have a choice. Either from that stoning, you have completed your Hajj, or if you want to make it up to 13, Allah says, وَمَنْ تَعَجَّلَ فِي يَوْمَيْنِ فَلَا إِثْمَ عَلَيْهِ. Whosoever extends going back to Makkah on the second day, there is nothing wrong. وَمَنْ تَأَخَّرَ, and whosoever decides to delay his stay in Muna until the 13th day, فَلَا إِثْمَ عَلَيْهِ. There is nothing wrong. So if you decide to leave Muna on that day, but make sure you leave Muna before sunset. If you allow the sun to set on you and you are in Muna, you must spend the 13th day. So you leave after spending the last Jamra on the 12th day, then you come back to Makkah. Or if you want to go back to spend the other night, on 13th day also you are going to pick 21 pebbles for the stoning of the 3 Jamra 7 times and supplicating after the first and second one, then you go back to Makkah. Then if you go back to Makkah, your Hajj rite is completed now. You don't have anything except Tawaful Wada, the farewell Tawaf. And that could only be performed when it is time for you to leave Makkah. The last prayer you are going to pray in Masjid al-Haram before you leave Makkah. So after that prayer, you perform Tawaf. Make sure that Tawaf is the last activity you are going to perform in Masjid al-Haram, not prayer. So if you perform tawaf and you go back and pray another obligatory prayer, that tawaf has been cancelled. You have to perform another one. It should be the last activity because of the sin of the messenger. فَلْيَكُمْ أَوَّلَ أَهْدِكُمْ بِالْبَيْتِ الطَّوَافِ وَلْيَكُمْ آخِرَ أَهْدِكُمْ بِالْبَيْتِ الطَّوَافِ. Let there should be the first activity of only one of you in haram should be tawaf, and the last activity should also be tawaf. Except for women, if they are in their period, they are allowed to go. But for men, if you don't do this tawaf, you have also a penalty of slaughtering an animal. And from there, pick your bags, go to Jeddah, then you will be fly back to our motherland, Nigeria. This is a summary of what I can deliver for today. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make our Hajj mabrur. May Allah accept our Hajj, sa'i and other ibadat. May Allah make it easy for us. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala invite us every year to perform this ritual of ibadah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept from each and every one of us. And may Allah bless the Bamaks Travel Tours, the Chief Executive Officer and his lieutenants that are trying to help us in making this Hajj to be an acceptable Hajj. May Allah accept it from us. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, Madam was able to give us a summary. We thank him so much. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to bless him and us all. Due to Madam's schedule, he has other engagements to attend to. So I would like to...
I still have
2 hours?
Yes, maybe if there's any maybe questions.
Yeah, that's what I want to. Yeah. So I will provide the avenue for questions and answers, if any, so that we don't miss Madam's responses. So the other things are just normal things. So these are the more technical activities, and they are very important actually, because you're spending a lot of money and you don't know what you're going to do there, then you're just wasting your time. So if there's any question for Madam, the floor is open. Captain, any question? Okay, I may have one or two, and one of them is, Madam, if you are coming for the first Umrah.
Yeah.
Is it the battery?
The battery.
I think the batteries are weak. It's audible.
It's audible.
I can hear. So my question to Malam is, if you are coming for the first Umrah from Medina, staying in Muzdalifah where you take the intention, now due to the type of Hajj we are going to do, which is tamattu, combined together, is it possible for someone to make the Hajj intention also in that location, or he has to come down to Mecca?
Well, like I said earlier, that the Hajj is classified into 3. We have the Hajj Ifrat, we have combined, that is Iran, and then we have Tamattu, combined but separated. Actually, you already had, you have in mind that you are going to perform Hajj. So since you are starting with Umrah, so verbally you are expected to mention that Umrah. But actually the Hajj is also attached to it. Inside you know that said, after saying labbaik Allahumma umratan, you say mutamatti'an biha ila Hajj. I want to also enjoy myself with this intention to Hajj, which becomes more difficult to Hujjah to pronounce it. So it's not compulsory. Since already you have the niyyah, you have the intention inside your heart that you are going to perform Hajj tamattu, and we know that it's separated from Hajj. So we say labbaik Allahumma umratan. If you can add to it that labbaik Allahumma umratan mutamatti'an biha ila Hajj, that I'm going to make it to Hajj also, as because the word tamattu means enjoyment. Because you're going to enjoy yourself by removing the ihram, you can have intimacy with your wife. The restrictions are lifted, not like other pilgrims that will remain on that ihram, on that restriction until when they are done with their Hajj. So you can see you're not enjoying yourself. But you are paying the price because when they come out, they're not going to do the tawaf and sa'i, but you have to do it. So there are advantages and disadvantages of the tamattu. But actually it's more easier because particularly for someone who's going to spend a lot of time in Makkah. If you are going, for example, you are leaving Medina on 8th day or 9th day, I think it's better you go for Qiran or for Qiran because there is not any enjoyment there. You get what I'm saying? So what Dr. Salim is trying to say here is, are we going to mention that we are going to perform Hajj? Whether you say or you don't say, already is in your mind that you are doing tamattu, but since you are starting with your Umrah, now the intention is declared for Umrah. Labbaik Allahumma umratan. Then if you want to add, you say mutamatti'an biha ila Hajj. And I want to also enjoy this Umrah to Hajj. Which means you are telling Allah that after the Umrah, you are going to have a time to rest before Hajj. That's only what the meaning is. May Allah accept it from us. So may we have a rehearsal. I'll send in questions to you. Yes. Okay.
That would be good.
To say something. Yeah, Doctor.
Thank you so much, madam, for the presentation.
Thank
I
you.
have two questions. I don't know whether it's confirmed or it's a myth. The first one is regarding throwing of jamra.
No.
That you have to see it touch the pillar. If it doesn't, you have to do it again. That's the first question.
Yeah.
Then secondly, regarding bath, especially in females, that the day you go to Mina, you can't bath till after the 12th day. Is it true?
Actually, the issue of stoning the jamra, that you must make sure that the stone or the pebble touches the pillar, actually is not authentic. You are throwing to Satan, and it's not there. It's just a symbol. So scholars are saying that is why even during that small pillar, that building around the pillar is where you are required to allow your distance to enter. But there is also a saying of the scholars that since that sign has been fixed, you have to make sure that it touches the pillar. But alhamdulillah, now it's wider. I think it's, as Basakoche said, check the video. Say it by again. Once a time is not feeling it, it's going to become back. So it's wider now. I think it's easier now. It's more easier than before. So I think, like what the doctor is trying to say, there is no way even you cannot get the filler because it's wider. I think it's wider than this hole. From everywhere, if you can just throw, even from far, you can get it. So I also have the opinion of saying, let your stone touch that pillar. You have the comfort of mind. That's first one. The second one actually is un-Islamic for someone to remain dirty because of ibadah. And Allah Jamil Hibul Jamal. How can you stay for all the days of Ramadan without taking bath? It's not fair. You're not fair to others. But more particularly, some people have this bone marrow, something, what do you call it, this smell that comes from there. So you hear, when he passes by, it's just like maybe a dead donkey. So actually, Islam is the deen of Gaio, so to say. That's what the messenger said. So please take your sponge and your beautiful soap and scented soap And whatever you think will make you more beautiful, it's an act of ibadah. During the days of Mona, make sure that you take your bath every day, either 2 times or once in a day, at least. Even if you are not taking your bath, make sure that you are clean. Don't stay nasty and dirty during this act of ibadah. It's not fair. You're not fair to Islam. Because if, for example, a non-Muslim should see you and you're saying you're going to Allah's house or Allah's ibadah, it's the same thing as people going to the masjid. And sometimes I used to be surprised. When you come to masjid, you see some people. If you ask them to go to their girlfriends in this way, they will not. If you ask them to go and greet governor or minister or their in-laws, they will not. They need to go back and change. Then why are you coming to Allah's house this kind of way? Make sure that you wear something that even if anybody wants to see, you can see with that place. If there's anything that you honor, it's the house of Allah and Ibadah. So please be clean, be taking your bath, remain clean and scented, and be in a form that if someone sees you, know that yes, you are a good person. Jazakallahu khair. Shukran. So now going back to our questions, we mentioned that Hajj is classified into 3. Let me go back again. We said how many? 3, ba? Yes. So one is Ifrad, the second one is Kiran, the third one is Tamattu. And we said we are going to perform Tamattu, Umrah separated from Hajj. So how many pillars of Umrah? 3. 1, intention, Tawaf, Sa'i. And what is the additional pillar for Hajj? Additional pillar for Hajj? Standing on the plain of Arafah. So Hajj has 4, Umrah has 3. That of Hajj, intention, standing on the plain of Arafah, Tawaf and Sa'i. This Umrah has no Arafat, isn't it? But all the restrictions are the same. If you declare the intention, the prohibitions are there, they are all the same. You don't cut your fingernails, you don't shave your hair, you don't do this, you don't do that, they're all the same. And for the people performing Tamattu, we said it is something of joy that after their Umrah, they shave, they can take off their ihram and put on their traditional wears. And on the 8th day, they also resume the ihram by either taking ritual baths if they want to. The ritual baths either for Umrah or for Hajj is not compulsory, but it is also sunnah. You go clean, and when you come to Muzdalifah Masjid, you perform 2 rakats. The reason why scholars are saying you recite Qul Ya Ayyuhal Kafirun and Qul Huwallahu Ahad, they are 2 surahs that contain, Tawheed. One is sending away any deity besides Allah. La abudu ma ta'budu. And the other one is confirming that Allah is one. So for those nafila, please, we're not saying that you must, but it is ideal and most that you recite Qul Ya Ayyuhal Kafirun and Qul Huwallahu Ahad. The same thing behind Maqam Ibrahim, you are also expected to recite this. And then on the plain of Arafat, we also mentioned that what is the best dua? Mentioned by the messenger. What is the best dua? I thought you were going to the Dala and Mount Style. Yes, La ilaha illallah wa la sharika lahu lahul mulku wa lahul hamdu wa la kulli shay. Remember that we said you are renewing your covenant with Allah. So mentioning this is authenticating your iman. That yes, you are declaring to Allah, oh Allah, the covenant I had with you. Right from the day when we took the covenant from the body of Adam, I'm still on that covenant. I'm still fulfilling that promise. La ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu lahul mulku wa lahul hamdu wa la kulli shay. Repeat it in thousands, in millions, or whatever. It's better than recitation of Quran, better than this. But you can do other things with remembrance of Allah, Salatul Nabi, recitation of the Quran till sunset, and then supplications. We said we have enough time to pray. I don't think any one of us here can mention 100 problems. If you're asked to, how many problems do you have? You say money, then what? I want to marry, then what? I want children, then what? I want job, then what? You cannot mention even 50. I don't want my husband to get married. I overheard someone, he was together with his wife. You know they are reporting one another. She said, Allah, now come, Allah, look us already. May Allah accept our ibadah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Madam, for responding to the question. Now, as Madam just said, and I just want to chip in the importance of programs like this. I have been going for Hajj for quite some time and for Umrah, but today I learned something new. Well, I will say it when there's a question from behind.
Okay, Madam, please, we just need a little bit more clarification on the issue of use of perfume now. Yes, because there are some school of thought that say you cannot use perfume at all.
Actually, not only, I don't think there's any school that said you can use, well, the moment you declare the intention, any perfume or any scented, either soap or deodorant or anything that is scented is not permissible. There are unscented soaps that are sold in the supermarkets. I could have brought one that I bought from the supermarket there in Makkah. And even the, what do you call it, the roll-on. There are some unscented ones. I also have one. So you can go and buy it, maybe particularly for the people that cannot stay without those things. It prevents fast bearers from waiting and what have you. So actually there is no any school of thought, I don't think any, to the best of my knowledge, that permits using perfume during Ihram. It's not permissible to use anything that is perfumed or to apply anything that is scented, either be it soap or perfume or any other thing. Make sure that you use something that is not scented. Yes, Jazakallah khair.
In addition to what Madam said, I think people are a bit confused sometimes about this perfume issue. Now, for the men, wearing the ihram, it might not be the actual ihram ritual. It's saying the labbaik Allahumma umrah, and that's when you're into the state of ihram. Now, prior to going into that state with your ihram, if I'm not correct, Madam will correct me, you can wear your perfume. Even if you have the white something, the white clothes, you can wear your perfume. And these are small things that needs clarification. I had an issue sometimes with my wife, and she was like wearing the perfume before I take the labbaik, and I was like angry. I said, why are you perfuming the ihram? Then she said, no, you have not yet gotten into that state. So it was when I came back and asked Malam that he clarified in a better way. Now,
actually, there's hadith of Nana Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha قالت طيبت النبي عليه الصلاة والسلام قبل إحرامه, that I perfumed the messenger alayhi salatu wasallam before he declares the intention. So as Dr. Salim said, it's only when you intend. When you declare the intention, that is where the prohibition comes. You're only forbidden between the time of declaring the intention to the end of your activity. But before that, that is why sometimes you will see you have already applied the perfume before taking the intention. But after taking the intention, you can still feel the scent, but you cannot add more. From there, if you do it intentionally, there's a penalty. So, like he said, it's before. That's what Aisha said. I did it for the messenger before the declarance of his intention. Jazakallah khair.
Thank you very much. Not sure if there's any other question or comments. Captain, everything is well? Okay, Madam has been throwing some questions, and there is something new I learned today, and I want to throw that question as well, especially for the men. Now, what's the difference between the tawaf of Umrah and don't know if anyone can help me out. Okay.
I think the glove for Umrah, you have to remove the right shoulder. But for the one for Hajj, you don't have to remove your wrist.
That's correct, actually. Thank you. And really, for me, I've been thinking it's the same way. All this time. So the importance of this kind of sessions is quite important. Omala, what about the jogging?
Jogging is only for the three cycles.
No, that's the tawaf of Umrah and the tawaf of Hajj are the same?
No, the tawaf of Umrah is the one that has that's jogging for three rounds. After the third round, you continue walking normally. And that of Hajj has no exposure of the share, no jogging.
Yes.
It's just normal tawaf. And one thing I forgot to also mention is about our sisters' place. maybe, sometimes you may come during or the time you are supposed to declare the intention, then the issue of lenses will come up. In that situation, don't worry yourself, don't be confused. It happened with Nana Aisha. Allah has wisdom for everything. So it started with the biggest house, that is the house of the Messenger alayhi salatu wasalam. They came and now the period came. She said, Ya Rasulullah, the Messenger said, if Ali ma yaqul hajju ghayra Allah taqufu bil bayt al-haram. You can go and do all the rituals that are being performed by the pilgrims, except for tawaf. Which means she can declare the intention, though she is not clean, she will declare the intention. She takes the ritual bath. This one is for Umrah. Though she cannot pray, but she takes the ritual bath, put her ihram, declare the intention at the miqat. We come to Makkah. Now she cannot perform tawaf because tawaf is like prayer and it's inside the masjid. Even the sa'i between Safa and Marwa, if not because it's not part of the haram, she can go and perform sa'i. It's permissible to perform sa'i without any ablution or even purity. So when the period is over, within the days before going out for Hajj, if the period is gone, then she completes the remaining part of her Umrah by going to perform tawaf and sa'i. In a situation whereby the period remains, maybe the time we go back to Makkah, still maybe she needs more days. So now that she has not performed Umrah, that intention of Umrah, she is not completed, she will cancel the Umrah. She intends for Hajj. We go to Mona together, go to Arafat. When the period is over, before the days of Hajj, before the Salah day, then she come and perform tawaf and sa'i after taking her ritual bath for the cleanliness. So now that she missed her Umrah, that's when it's permissible for her to go to Masjid Aisha, declare the intention for that Umrah that she missed, and come and perform Umrah after the Hajj. That will happen to Nana Aisha. Those people going to take their Umrah, I will do it for my dad, for my this. It's not innovation. It's only Aisha that was permissible to, or was given permission to do that. Why? Because she missed the Umrah. And she said to the messenger, because they came with all the wives of the messenger, she said, Ya Rasulullah, all your wives are going back to Medina with the reward of Hajj and Umrah. Messenger said, Yakfik Hajjuki, your pilgrimage is enough for you. She said, no. They will tell me one day that you only perform Umrah. You don't have the reward of Umrah. So she said she must perform Umrah. The messenger said, okay, let your brother Abdurrahman escort you out of the boundary of Haram, declare the intention and come up with Umrah. And that is the reason of having that Nana Aisha in Tan'im. That Aisha mosque was initiated just because of her. That's where the Haram ends, boundary ends, and she was escorted by her brother Abdurrahman. She came and declared the intention for the Umrah she missed. It's not another Umrah. It's because she missed that Umrah. So if it happens to one of our sisters, please let her not be confused and be worried after the Hajj, or if she's able to perform before the Hajj, the period is over, alhamdulillah, she can go and perform tawaf. Even if it is on that Arafat day or on that 8th day, she can go and perform a tawaf and sa'i. Then we proceed with the Hajj. Where the period does not stop until after Hajj, then she also go and perform the Umrah to have the reward of Umrah and Hajj. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept it from us. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, Madam. I'm still throwing up the questions, but I just want to know what are the rituals that require somebody to slaughter a ram, or what are the ones that, if you miss those ones, one of any of the ritual that you might not have to do that?
Okay. Well, you know they are divided into 3. There are ones that if you do them intentionally, then there's penalty. For example, for someone to shave his head intentionally, or to cover his head intentionally. But covering yourself unintentionally does not require any penalty. Because either by mistake or you have forgotten there is nothing wrong. Or maybe your fingernails. You know, sometimes there are people who are having of cooking their fingernails with their mouths or their teeth, isn't it? So they forgot that they're in the state of ihram and they do it and they remember. There's nothing wrong in that. But for you to say, okay, please give me that razor or nail cutter, let me cut it. And you did it intentionally, then there's a penalty. Where you have also, pre-intimacy activity by either looking or maybe romance or whatever, and there's a semen that comes out from you, then also there's a penalty. But if you have an intimacy with with your wife before Tawaf al-Ifadah, the whole Hajj is cancelled. You have to perform the next year. But after Tawaf al-Ifadah, that counts. But before Tawaf al-Ifadah, make sure that there is nothing, any harm to also between you and your wife until after the Tawaf al-Ifadah. So it's divided into 2. We have this one that if you do them intentionally, there is a penalty. And the other one is the hunting the animals. Any land animal. Allah said, وَهِلَّ لَكُمْ سَيْدُ الْبَحْرِ وَطَعَامُ مَتَاعًا لَكُمْ وَلِلسَّيَّارَةِ وَحُرِّمَ عَلَيْكُمْ سَيْدُ الْبَرِّ مَا دُمْتُمْ حُرُمًا. It is prohibited for you to hunt an animal, land animal, so far you are in the state of ihram. So any animal that you hunt or you kill, like a rabbit or maybe something like that, then you have to pay for it. In this case, you are not going to only slaughter a ram. The scholars will be invited to value what you killed. If it's not to the value of camel, that my camel you go cooked, you go slaughter. So they will decide on what kind of animal are you going to slaughter. So this is the part of these prohibitions. So, hunting, having an affair with family, other prohibitions, which are cutting of the fingernails, applying perfume, covering someone, say, with a suncloth or whatever. This one, if you do them unintentionally, there is nothing wrong. But if you intentionally do it, there is a penalty. And the other one, there is nothing like unintentional, because you go into having an affair with your family in the state of ihram. There is nothing like unintentional there. So you are the Hajj is going to be cancelled. It's unaccepted, and you must come back and repeat it next year if you have the means of coming back. And you also have to slaughter a camel. For that is your punishment, slaughter a camel. But that of the hunting, the scholar decides on which one are you going to slaughter. Is it a ram? Is it a goat? Is it a cow? Or is it a camel? The scholars will now decide on what to do. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept it from us. May Allah forgive all our sins and shortcomings.
Thank you very much, Madam. So, I think mine is over. I don't know if there is any. If there is none, we can proceed. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam, for the wonderful presentation. Now, mine might not be as detailed as Madam's own, because These are just normal things we should look at. Some tips when you're going for Hajj, when you're preparing, what you need to prepare for. Now, in terms of preparation, I look at it in two forms. Probably there is a spiritual preparation, and then there's the physical one. And the spiritual one is very important. I think, as you can see in the verse, it says, take a provision with you for the journey. What best provision is taqwa, piety and righteousness. So you are expected to prepare for a journey, probably physically, but the best one is the taqwa. Why are you doing that? What impact is that ritual having on you? The first slide is saying something about patience. If you're going for Hajj, you have to be patient. It's a ritual that has so many obstacles, from preparation to going there, to performing the rituals, to coming back. I think until you are back home, that's when everything dies down. What is very important, you should be patient, because there will be delays. You can sit in a bus for 10 hours, 15 hours, without starting to. I have a friend last year, he said he has never sat in a bus for 14 hours. On arrival in Medina, just from the Medina, from the airport, for them to be transferred to the hotel, it took about 14 hours. So you really have to be ready. But as well as traveling from Medina to Mecca, the first Hajj I had, we left Medina around Isha. We arrived in Mecca at Subi prayer. Because it's crowded and traveling is very, very difficult. But now, alhamdulillah, there is train, so it's a bit faster. So the first one is patience. There will be delays. There is a crowd of people, 1 or 2 million people in the same place at the same time, doing the same thing. That's not easy. And we have to just thank Allah for giving Saudi Arabia this responsibility. Because managing the crowd is its own a PhD course. Just to manage the crowd of people that are going in and out at the same time doing the same thing. So these are things we should be patient about. It's going to be hot. The temperature is high. It can be as much as, I think, 40 something. Last year, a lot of people lost their lives due to heat stroke. So we also have to prepare for that weather nature, maybe by taking a lot of water and then staying probably in the shades, maybe having an umbrella that can cover your head when the heat is much. So logistic, I have explained one with from the airport to hotel. Then in terms of feeding or food, especially during the Mina time, as Madam just said, like during Tawaf, you have to know what you eat. I think in Mina also you need to know what to eat and when to eat. Actually, try as much as you can to eat lightly, because Mina and Arafah and Muzdalifah are places that, especially Muzdalifah, is a place that will remind you of the day of Qiyamah, because you will see a lot of things. The rich, the poor, the old, the young, all lying down flat. But, and you have to be very careful, because you can be going in a group and before you know it, you have separated, and you have to be asking questions or how to go. But alhamdulillah, there are a lot of guides, and now technology has come. You can pin your location on WhatsApp. Hey, I'm on location. Then send me your location, and we can meet. As well, the government has provided a lot of guides along the road. But it's good we know what to eat, because even in terms of easing yourself and everything, it's not easy. You can queue for an hour just to ease yourself. Then there will be a lot of walking. So the distance is much, because between Mina and Arafah, this one you have bus. There is no problem. And don't forget, you will arrive Mecca like today, after your Umrah exercise. In the next 2 days, you're going for the main exercise. So Mina to Arafah, probably there will be a bus that takes you there. Arafah to Muzdalifah also. But Muzdalifah to Jamrat, this is where the big challenge is. Getting a bus that can take you there can be hectic, really. So most people just keep walking. And all these places are like on a straight line. From here to here, from here to here. So looking at it is a huge number of kilometers. However, currently there is a train that goes into those places from Mina to Muzdalifah to Arafah. The train can serve you. But if you are unlucky, the train station is like 10 kilometers away from where you are in Mina. Then that's another long distance that you have to walk and then take the train. So you'll be like, sometimes it's better you just move, especially the second and third day where you go for the stoning, because those are days also that require a bit of a huge exercise. So this is very important. If we are physically fit and all, inshallah it will be very easy. Jamrat to Makkah, you can just come down a bit and then get a car that can take you to Haram. But for that also, the locals sometimes charge exorbitantly, because they know you don't have option. You just have to go with them, because you're already exhausted. The next one, there are still patience, taqwa. You are not at home, so don't expect you will get air conditioned tent. You will have everything. No. I have an experience. We went to Arafah just before Fajr, I think. The tent was cool and everything. But immediately it was 1 o'clock. The heat was too much. Even the ACs are not just giving you the results you may want. So it's very important also to get water at all the time. So you should take it as a test, and Allah is trying to show you that I am Allah. You do as I say. So you have to be patient, and then it will be successful. So the Muzdalifah part is just a day that is very funny, and then because that's the time you might be going in group. Before you know it, you are separated, and you don't even know where you're going to. You find somebody, instead of going here, he has already gone somewhere else, and he asks questions, and they tell him to come back. So it is a very rigorous exercise. Okay, another important aspect of this Hajj is nusuk. So recently the government decided to automate everything, and most of the services they render are currently, even if not 100%, at least mostly 70 to app does it. So even for Hajj coming from the US or from the European countries, you don't need, they're just finishing the agency business because everything is done online. You just sit down online and apply for everything, do your hotel, do your tent, everything. When you are done, maybe it gives you the visa. When you arrive, they scan the visa, you have it, and it's fine. So I saw a comment, even for that also, that the government has made it easy. Beginning of this Hajj, it wasn't working. So he was like, Hajj is patience. If the nusuk is not working, be patient, keep trying. So before leaving, you will know that it requires a huge number of patients. So this nusuk card will be issued. As at last year, we were able to print them from the software, but this year I don't know how the system has changed. I just had that, I think they're providing them in the airport. Meanwhile, last 2 years, we were given the cards in Makkah. So it depends on what the procedure is now. So from what they are doing this year is very, very strict. The nusuk card is everything about you. So by all means, don't lose it. Because this year, I think even for you to go into Haram, they are scanning the card to make sure that you are a Hujjaj and a valid Hujjaj. This from experience of last year, where there were a lot of illegal Hujjaj and the temperature was crazy. So you find out Al-Hajj doesn't have a tent while he's in Mina. He doesn't have where he's going to stay. He doesn't have who will give him food. He's just roaming about. The temperature was high, so a lot of death. And you know, immediately there's something with Hajj, the Western media start blasting it out. 10,000 people died in Hajj, blah, 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 blah. Before you know it, oh, some big government. So they're just waiting for something like that. So for them to be very rigorous this year, and it means they are very serious and they're trying to avoid the situation that happened in the last year. So the nusuk card is what you use for everything. I think almost all of us have downloaded the app, and it's initially, it started with, I think COVID changed everything. So for COVID, sometimes it's a blessing. So everything started during COVID, that before you do this, you have to book. Before you do this, you have to book so that there will be no crowd. Previously, everything is just normal. If you are going to Rauda, you just go and queue. You move gradually and you are in without any booking. But when COVID came and they started opening up Saudi for Umrah and Hajj, even previously, for you to perform Umrah, you have to book on the nusuk app. So on arrival, you have to show them your booking, and they allow you to go into Haram and do your tawaf. So for that, as at now, has been thrown out, but the Rauda booking is still active. And really, without that booking, it's very difficult to get a chance to go. So if you have downloaded the app, you have the confirmed booking. On arrival, they will just scan it, and then you'll be allowed to go in. So another one is, as Malam has explained, Hajj and Umrah are two different things. So if you've been performing Umrah before, I used to go to Umrah, I don't have problem, just do this. It's really not like that. Hajj and Umrah are two different things, as Malam has explained in detail. So Umrah is just a one-day activity. You are arriving, if you like, you can perform Umrah and just leave on that day. You don't have anything. Immediately, Ihram, Tawaf, and Sa'i, you are out. And Hajj is a 4 or 5 days activity. now add the Umrah that you do first. So it's another activity as well. So there are two different things actually. Then also during Umrah, it might be less crowded. Reason being that Umrah is performed throughout the year, so everyone chooses the time that he feels suits him. Some people go in January, February, March. The only time where you see crowd is probably during Ramadan, where also everybody is coming in almost at the same time and then performing prayer in Haram, and also there's a bit of crowd also, but the most crowd is during Hajj because everyone is in and everyone is doing the same thing at the same time. So try and have your mask, and then when you hear people who just move by the side, before you know it, you fall sick and all. And one important aspect is, please, if you have your anti-malaria and all, go with it. It might be useful. Talking from experience, actually. They don't have anti-malaria there, but when you have malaria, you are in a serious problem. But now I think even the Hajj Commission, probably they have medical team, go to the clinics and all. But still, before it gets to you going to the clinic, you have prevented it, and then you were able to attack it as it came. Okay, then going into Mina. That's the day that you are going to Mina. One of the important things you should look out is probably, as I said earlier, on food and clothing. Do not take a big bag, or do not take a trolley or something like that, because there's a lot of trekking. So you can be very exhausted. In fact, some people will just throw it there and just leave it. They just cannot cook. So do not take a lot of clothes. Just pick what you really need. Just probably 2 or 3 jalabias.
If anybody is close by, we've lost audio.
2 or 3 jalabias, and then probably just something you really need there. And then part of what we provide is probably a backpack, so we'll give that and try as much as you can just to have that backpack, because it gives you the option of having it at your back, so you can go with your home anywhere you're going to. You are there. Everything is here, because staying in Mina has going out to Arafah, and then after those days coming back again. So sometimes people will leave their luggages there and all, and before you know it, some stories can start popping up. But if you have this bag, you can just move with everything. When you come back with everything. And as Malam have explained, I think the day you do the first stoning, you have the option to go to Mecca and do your tawaf, and then go back to your hotel room, take your shower and clean everything, and then come back. Because really staying in Mina is tough on itself, because you find out sometimes the queue for you to bath is just unbearable. You cannot wait. So it's good that you prepare yourself very well. So if you have like 3 or 2 clothes, when you go back, you can change and then come back with the new ones that you're going to spend probably 2 days with. Yeah.
I think there's a question online.
Okay, just
Somebody's raising hand.
So the do's and don'ts: stay hydrated by taking a lot of water. Sure you have anti-malaria, Panadol, any other medication. Then if you are on a specific medication, just like probably a medication that is prescribed and a controlled medication, then you should try and go with the prescription. Especially probably in the airport, they might ask you why are you traveling with this and all. So if you have the prescription, then you can show them as well. Good hygiene, dieting, especially in Mina. Always have your face mask, especially in crowded areas. Utilize train services to Jamrat from tent, as if you can. Get a lab jelly, because sometimes you walk, but it has to be unscented as well. So you just spray it, and then, because sometimes the walking is just too much, you cannot bear it. Then some people will have some issues. Then get a power bank. You will not want to see a situation where you have 40 chargers on one switch, or somebody is waiting for you to plug. So if you have your power bank, you can just plug, because now the phone is very important. Technology is everything. So once you are in Mina, you pin your location. Even if you miss the road, you can still get there with your WhatsApp or Google Map, and you can make phone calls. Oh, we are here. So that's very important also, because in Mina almost everything is the same thing. So once you miss the road, you find out that where you are going to is the same thing with where you just left. So it will be very difficult for you. Like you are in Nigerian tent, you will now find yourself in Iran or Iraq or Afghanistan. So for you to now navigate back to Nigeria can be very difficult for you. And then there is a number, I think in each tent, there's a number at the entrance. Just get that number very close to you. If you have that number, there are guides along the road, so you can just show them and they will definitely guide you. And get sunglasses and umbrella. Don't avoid taking a lot of luggage to Mina. Then heavy shoes. Don't go and get, I don't know which shoe is the heaviest one. Timberland. Even though you are not allowed to cover your leg, but you can have a shoe that is very heavy. Then in that case, trekking or walking will be stressful, and you are adding an extra weight to yourself. So if you get there are these kind of slippers that are very, you find them everywhere. Just get one and continue using that. Do not go out without the nusuk card, especially this year. Really, it's very, very important. Very important. Because before you know it, they can start asking you so many questions and you don't even know how to answer them. Sometimes you say they will keep you there. They have this type of cars, what do you call it? Some jeeps like that, they have space where somebody can be kept. They'll put you there and they will continue wasting your time until things are verified. But even now, I think they've gone past that stage. They are arresting people, they are fining people. Anywhere they find out that you are not a valid judge, then it's a big problem, especially this year. Okay, we'll provide the backpack with probably some of this, and then we can also add one or two things that if you really want. Okay, probably this is still about us. Now, these are the major packages we have. We have the basic package, standard package, and the deluxe package. Each package has its own services. The basic has all his services. The standard has, and then the deluxe have. So one of the major differences can be either hotel, especially hotel is one of the major ones, especially in Umrah. And in Hajj, there is tent. Tent is very, very important, and you find tents that are as expensive as $20,000 or something like that, just for 4 days. So those ones are treated like kings, but in Muzdalifah they don't have that. Everybody is in the same place. But in Mina, in Arafah, you see they are in a presidential kind of area. But being in the normal tent, I think makes more sense, especially for me. That's what I think, because it's a test. You're testing yourself. But anyone you want, we can provide, probably at an additional cost. Even for the 3-star, for the 4-star, we can upgrade at an additional cost. One of the major one also is the number of people in the room. The basic has 4, the standard can have maybe 3 or 2. Probably the basic is just the basic, but the standard and deluxe are things that you can play around. You can say, okay, I want to stay with my friend, I want to just have this, have that, have. But the basic, really, the areas to tweak are not that much. So we do this for Hajj, we do this for Umrah, all in the same manner. Okay, this is the Rauda booking. You are to download, install, log in, and then book. Now, if you see, it said permit issue failed. The date of the new permit must be 360 days after previous permit. This means that you can enter only once in a year. That's the Rauda. Before you can enter 100 times if you want. But now you can enter only once in a year. So if you go there to also book, the app will just give you an error that you have gone in. So you have to wait until after another 365 days before you can book again. Okay, we are rounding up actually. So we have what's new within the agency, and one of the new products we have is this actually. It's called Hajj and Umrah. So it's derived from the battle that happened, that the Prophet now went back to Mecca and got everything in Mecca, and also that's probably we're trying to show the footsteps and how it did happen. So it started from Medina, now down to those historical places in Medina, and then down to Mecca. Then we added additional city called Taif. Now, Taif is also very important historical place in Islam. It's a city where, when everything in Mecca was just not happening for the Prophet ﷺ, he decided to go to Taif, where he had some distant relatives, and okay, maybe they will accept what I come with. And he just moved. And it's a very interesting trip, whereby it's what will I say? It's very hilly, and then it has a lot of mountains, very mountainous, and you go high, top hill. I don't know if anybody knows Gembu, the way that road is. You are going up above sea level. So when you go there, the temperature there is not as if you are in Saudi Arabia. It's just as if you are in, where can I say? It's not snowy, but it's very cold. Very cold, and it's a really nice place to visit. So we added, there are also historical places to visit around Taif. There are places where the Prophet probably went, and when he went there, they also rejected him. And Angel Gabriel came and said, this is a mountainous area. What do you want me to do? Should I take these mountains and destroy these people? He said, no. These people don't know who I am. And he prayed for them. And they are really living good. It's one of the good cities to also visit. There are a lot of historical sites that we visited. I think the details in the flyer we shared, that was the one we did for last year. And for this year, we're also planning. And really for this Hajj, you will not have that experience that you might want to have, especially with Medina as well, and then Mecca, and then Taif. Because everything is happening one after the other. It's a very tight schedule. So it's going to be step by step. Every minute, every hour is vital. So you don't even have that time to explore things and all. But with this, for this year, we plan to have like a 2 weeks tour where we even intend to probably pass the night in Taif, because there are a lot of places to visit. Even if you come with a family or kids, you can really have, they have very nice holiday kind of setting area, because a lot of people in Saudi, when they want to rest, they just go to Taif. It's just like another small Medina. It's very calm and cool. You don't have any. So the plan is for 27th to 7th of January, and with this, I think we have come to the end of the session, especially actually this part. I don't know if there is any question or comments. I think you have a question, right? I hope I can answer because Malam is not here. You are coming late.
I didn't know it's not that. So, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you, man, for the in-depth explanation towards Hajj and Umrah. I have been following online, and the question I have is regarding maybe, let's say, not fulfilling one of the requirements of Hajj. If maybe, for instance, somebody does not meet up with, let's say maybe they forgot stoning for some reason, or maybe they fainted and they were taken to the hospital and they missed stoning in Jamra, and then they were taken back to maybe Makkah, and later they revived and they don't have time to go all the way back to Jamra, so they have to perform their tawaf. So we know that there is fidya on them. But so my question now is, since we don't have that leverage of going to the market to buy a ram, maybe sacrifice it, and we can see the kind of arrangement we have. Maybe you have to send money to Chinese bank to do your own. What is it called? Your own sacrifice, yeah? So is there any form of arrangement that is being made for somebody who maybe does not fulfill one of those requirements, and then maybe you want to pay for their own fidya there? Or how is it done? So I wanted to ask around that.
Okay, if I understand you, I think there are two folds or three folds to the question. One is things like probably you forgot the stoning, and then later on probably you remember. So one of the things I would say is for rituals that are not that very compulsory, there are some that the fidya can fix and then you proceed. There are some that the fidya cannot fix, the Hajj is invalid, and there are some that you don't have to do anything. I believe something like forgetting this is probably, I think it should be true of both, because the Prophet said Allah does not ask you of things that you do maybe when you forget or something. But I think, I'm not sure if stoning might be part of the requirements that needs sacrifice. So I think that one might still look at it with Malam. On the WhatsApp platform, you can just send a question there. And in terms of paying for that sacrifice, if you want to do, for the sacrifice, with technology now, you can even buy it online. It's just a coupon. Like for Jai's Bank, you pay and then get the slip that is assigned, and then whenever you go there, if you want to get the meat, you can get it there. So you can even buy online. From last year, I know it was handled by Islamic Development Bank. So there's a platform that they did. You just buy it online and get the coupon. So whenever you even need the meat, you can go there. As well, because the Jai's window closes after some time, so you cannot probably send money to buy it in, or you can still get them within Saudi Arabia and probably pay for it again. to come and get the ram and then come and say, this one is for X and Y that I did. Then I think the other ritual, especially the slaughtering, if you don't even have the money to do it, there's a verse in the Quran that says you fast 10 fasting, I think. 3 there and then coming back here and then doing 7, and that clears up that ritual. I hope I'm able to say something that's, even if it is not very clear. Thank you. You're welcome. So is there any other comment, question, feedback? Or we'll get feedback later.
So as a Bamaks passenger, what will we do if we get lost? What's the first thing to do?
So if you get lost, well, we have contacts there. If you have their numbers, we post their numbers as well in the group. You can call. Then the WhatsApp app also will work. You just send us your location, and then we'll try and come down to where you are. Then probably there are cards, but the problem now is the Nusuk card has taken care of almost every other thing. So we also plan to probably print cards that are having Bamaks logo and then phone numbers. So whenever you get lost, you can just show that, or if you don't have a phone also, you can just use somebody's phone to call, and inshallah we'll try and attend to your request. And these numbers will be still both in Nigeria and then in Saudi. Even if something happens, you didn't get the Saudi number, you can call the Nigerian number and we'll get in contact with our people down there and try as much, but please try as much as you can not to get lost. Very important. Because sometimes you can find yourself somewhere, especially when you're coming back from Makkah, when you're coming back to Mina, after you've done your tawaf with your father, that's the first tawaf, and then you maybe go into your rooms and take shower and come back. You're supposed to come back to Mina before sunset. So coming back to Mina from Makkah can be a very tedious because most of the time Mina is a kind of highly secured area, so they don't allow taxis or any type of car. You must have a permit to go in. If you don't have those permits, you cannot go in. So most of the time, you can take probably a taxi from your hotel room or from your hotel. Tell him to take you to Mina. He can charge you 500 real, or sometimes maybe 1,000 real. So, but still have it at the back of your mind that he will not take you to where you belong. He will just drop you somewhere. Even if it might be close, it might not be close. So when he drop you, now have to find your way down to your tent. So it's very, very important as we try as much as we can to stay as a group. But sometimes it's not really easy to manage the logistics, especially. Also, tawaf for your father, that's the first tawaf when you come back. I think if you're going for that tawaf, you should prepare yourself for, what will I say, a situation where the crowd where you've not seen in your life, because it's going to be choked up. It's because almost everyone has come performing that tawaf and then sa'i as well. So even the sa'i, you can find yourself moving like this, something that you used to do maybe just walking, but during those periods you can find yourself doing that. Then for tawaf also there is the mataf, that's down where the Kaaba is. And there is first floor, there is second floor. Now, if you are able to go down to Mataf, where the Kaaba is, the circumference probably is not, the radius is not that big. So you just finish it in a very short time. But if you find yourself upstairs, then be ready for, I think, 7 kilometers. So first floor, second floor, they are all quite, the distance is quite much. I think one of the things that I would say also is this Maqam Ibrahim that Malam described as the black stone. Because sometimes you'll be going around and you just not know where you are. You now get lost and where am I? So there's a green light that faces that place directly. So whenever you are missing or you don't know where you are, just be looking up. Whenever you see that green light, okay, I'm yet to come to Maqam Ibrahim, I still need to go. So whenever you just move a bit, you'll find the green light directly towards the Hajj and Umrah, sorry, not Maqam Ibrahim, directly facing Hajj and Umrah. So, any other business? No question, no comment. Okay, so Alhamdulillah, we thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us the opportunity to have something like this. I think it's quite impressive, and this is the first one we're doing something like this. The last one we did was just a few number of people when we were going for the December program, so we just had a small number and most even joined online. The online is also good, but you might not have that kind of attachment to what you are doing or what you are learning. I think we can, there's a mosque downstairs. Huh? There's a mosque downstairs, so we can go and pray, and we have a lunch here so that we can have some lunch and then probably call it a day. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. اللهم يسر ولا تعسر، اللهم يسر ولا تعسر، اللهم يسر ولا تعسر برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين، برحمتك يا حي يا قيوم يا ذا الجلال والإكرام، يا حي يا قيوم برحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. يا حي يا قيوم برحمتك أستغيث أصلح لنا شأننا كله ولا تكلنا إلى أنفسنا طرفة عين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون، سلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
sallah za a yi sallah sallah ko ku yi sallah ko sai a dawo ku ce ku kai su masallaci ko ga nan. Assalamu alaikum. Ajis mai ana ke ja
da aka na kawo mana wani kuma yanzu bane za a
ban baka nan da ba. Okay, ka ce za ka yi stamping ko?
Amma there was only one.
Ka ji a maka wannan. It might not be a serious requirement. Kawai dai better have than not have it.
Yeah, no, definitely. So wannan guda biyu ne?
Wannan guda biyu.
Maybe you can just snap it for me so that I know za su.
Kamar na, okay, let me just snap this one. I think kuma why not kawai mu maka sabo? It doesn't really require that stress. Da mun yi maka already yanzu ba.
Is it too late?
No, it's not too late. We'll do it. Kawai airport ne sai mu.
So shi ke na wanda Allah. So,
ina jin ka.
Some go maybe I missed it now. I did not hear any detailed plan, not for Hajj, but as a
logistical movement.
Logistics, that's my own. Especially maybe around maybe yanzu mun je mun yi landing Jeddah, from Jeddah
Medina.
sannan mu ƙara
No, we are not
dawowa.
coming back. We are not going to Medina.
Okay, straight Medina.
Yeah. I think I have that, but time will not permit us. Yeah, but I'll share it in the group.
Okay.
I have that.
My ticket is from Jeddah.
I think we can hold
Okay. That will be a big error.
Yeah, people have left.
Yeah. Go on. Your tickets should not be reading Jeddah. It should be reading Medina.
The first one, Abuja to Doha. Doha to Jeddah. 2019. Am I the only one?
Let me double check. Ingani?
Sai dai kuma wannan reservation ɗin kan
Yawwa.
kafin ka saya.
Ba ticket bane wannan. Ba ticket bane wannan. No, wallahi, it's a ticket.
Da yana haka ake bata.
Wallahi, ga da kama nuna mu, it does happen.
It does happen.
Wallahi, it does happen sometimes. Amma it's not a problem. Let me just see and confirm that that is what it actually is. We can look at changing it, one, and then if we couldn't change it,
Is it not going to be expensive?
Wallahi,
One train tickets, right?
we'll just look at all the options. Kasan Hajj ba Umrah bane. Wallahi, that's the problem. That flexibility is not just, even if it will come, it will be very tough. Wallahi, but let me check and confirm this thing. Nike. I'm not very sure. No. To shi kenan, amma let me confirm so da hankali na ya kwanta. Because I don't want a situation where I will be taking because I had some issues with it.
Doha, Jeddah. So it's confirmed that
Allah is Jeddah. Not a problem.
So my question is, am I the only one?
I think you should be, because there are 3 people on Qatar. So you and 2 ladies are on Qatar. All the others are on Ethiopia. Because your Qatar, we got it so cheap. When did these people came? Ethiopia was like 6 million. So Qatar was like 6 million or 5 million. So we switched to Ethiopia. That's why the early something is good, but
sometimes tendency to mistake.
Wallahi, one is an error from my side.
What do we do? I do go to Tinder. We have 2 options.
Yeah, we have 2 options.
I do go to
Kawana Medina, because I have an issue with this. Ismail Muhammad, I have an issue with this ticket. They keep changing things on the Qatar.
So what we do?
Ai da suka canza ticket sai PNR din ma ya canza.
Okay. So yanzu ba mu san wane ne asalin PNR din.
Because I'm still working on the ticket actually. Saboda they changed it and I'm fighting with them to get it the way I bought it. Because the one I bought was having
bought Medina.
No, I think I bought Medina. So the one I bought also was having going back was having 2 hours transit. They now give me 11 hours. So battle in the nake ta yi da su kenan. Amma let me confirm this.
Then I got 11 hours.
Yawwa, it was initially 2 hours.
Okay. So Nagoyin din is just 2 hours.
Nagoyin din is 2 hours. Shi ma sai da nan dubar suka canza mani shi saboda sun je sun yi wasa da ticket din. So they just decided to just give anything. 29th May. When was this? April 9th.
29th, when the second one and engine.
I think this might give us a better idea of what it is. Yeah, it's Medina. It's from their system. It's Medina, inshallah.
So yanzu an yi
it's Medina
from 28 to 29?
No, still 29th.
Okay, well, wannan ticket din yake da shi is 28. Yasa nake tambaya. So Thursday ne ba Wednesday ba. I've been making plans around Wednesday, which is still okay. So Thursday 29th, 1:15.
Na yake. It's Thursday 29. Ni ina ga wannan it was the initial ticket na farko. Because ni kaina yanzu na san ticket ɗinka I have an issue with it. Gobe na san sai na ji office ɗinsu because I have an issue with it saboda sun ta jujjuya shi kuma muna ta battling da su a'a za a yi kaza